Hi, Ms. Busette. Can we go ahead and get you to turn your video back on? We'll be ready to go here in just a few moments.
I believe it is on. Hang on.
Okay, we'll get somebody to contact you. Thank you.
I think it's on now.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
To limit background noise, members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they seek recognition or when recognized for 5 minutes. Committee staff will mute members only in the event of an inadvertent background noise. In addition, when members are present in the proceedings via WebEx, they must have their cameras turned on. If you need to step away to attend another proceeding, please turn your camera and audio off rather than logging out of the platform. And now I want to turn to the topic of today's hearing, overcoming racism to advance economic opportunity. In declaring our nation's independence nearly 350 years ago, the founders affirmed the belief that all men are created equal. But as our nation evolved, that founding principle did not result in equal opportunity and/or equal outcomes for all members of the American family. When I became chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, I made it a priority that our committee would explore why that's the case and what Congress might do to level the playing field for everyone.
Has the hearing started? Because I'm not hearing anything. I'm seeing.
We're hearing you, Linda.
Speaking.
We're checking audio right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will pause.
Can the WebEx hear the room?
We will try this again, so I'm going to go back to my opening paragraph.
Can the WebEx hear the room now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. In declaring our nation's independence nearly 350 years ago, our founders affirmed the belief that all men are created equal. But as our nation evolved, that founding principle did not result in equal opportunity or equal outcomes for all members of the American family. When I became chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, I made it a priority that our committee would explore why that's the case and what Congress might do to help to level the playing field of opportunity for every member of the American family. Last Friday's jobs report was spectacular. The administration of Joe Biden is now averaging more than 400,000 jobs a month. 7 million jobs have been created since Joe Biden took the oath. When you look through that jobs report last Friday, it's hard to argue with any part of it. All of it was good news. We also would take into consideration another very stubborn fact, and that is that college graduates during the pandemic did better than everybody else by far. I call attention to that because not only do we have a good jobs report taking the unemployment rate to 3.6%, almost to 1953 levels, which is astounding in and of itself, but also labor participation rates ticked up. So our quest this morning is to examine how we might influence further job and economic opportunities for all members of the American family. For now, more than 3 years, we've been examining the health and economic inequities that have been ingrained in our system and how to overcome them. Our hearings on these issues have looked at a range of topics from maternal mortality crisis to the need for trade policies that would include workforce participation. Our experience with COVID-19 in particular has heightened the committee's focus on overlapping issues of health and economic disparities. Early in the pandemic, Ways and Means held the first virtual hearing in the history of the House of Representatives to examine the disparate impact of COVID-19 on communities of color. These were facts. These were not opinions. Throughout the pandemic, our committee has led Congress in crafting policies that promote an equitable recovery, again, so that all members of the American family might see their lives improve. With that, I would like to yield to the 3 members of the committee who have been focusing their attention on this, not only admirably, but I think quite effectively, and we'll begin with Ms. Sewell from Alabama.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, for your leadership, both on this topic and in creating a task force on racial equity initiatives. I'm honored to be one of the co-chairs and want to thank my fellow co-chairs, Representative Stephen Horsford and Representative Jimmy Gomez, and our dedicated staff for all the hard work. Our task was to examine our federal policies and programs within the jurisdiction of the Ways and Means Committee. That includes health, tax, trade, Social Security, and worker and family support. To view these programs through the lens, the prism, if you will, of racial equity in America. The disparity among the races are undeniable facts, especially in terms of health outcomes and economic opportunities. White households hold 10 times the wealth of Black households and 7 times the wealth of Latino households. People of color are likely to die from treatable conditions, more likely to die during childbirth, have a higher rate of death from COVID-19, and have a higher risk of chronic health conditions from asthma, diabetes, obesity, to hypertension. These economic and health inequalities did not come by happenstance. Rather, these disparities are the result of policy decisions that marginalize and devalue the health and economic well-being of people of color. To address the issue, we must acknowledge the problem. From our nation's laws that perpetuated slavery, a constitution that from its inception specified Blacks to be 3/5 of a person, to legalize segregation of Jim Crow laws that intentionally marginalized communities of color, lawmakers who sat in these very same seats made choices based on race and explicit bias through our federal policies and programs that sustained a system of racial inequality and social structures that created and exacerbated racial, health, and economic inequality. It is said that a rising tide lifts all boats. Surely in this great country of ours, a country of plenty. We can help the least of these, and in doing so, uplift us all. What I hope our colleagues will take away from this hearing is that race is not a source of division, but a unifying force. Our country's diversity is our greatest strength, and when we lift the conditions of all Americans, we create that beloved community that our colleague John Lewis dreamed of, and we ensure an America that works for all Americans.
I thank the gentlelady, and I'll yield the balance of my time to be split between Mr. Horsford and Mr. Gomez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to my fellow Racial Equity Initiative co-chairs, Representatives Terry Sewell and Jimmy Gomez, for making this historic hearing possible. I also want to thank the incredible staff on the committee for rallying us to this point. This is truly an unprecedented opportunity for the Ways and Means Committee, a committee that I am so privileged and honored to serve on. You know, we kid ourselves that this is the only committee that's actually named in the Constitution, and the significance of the work that we do is real, and it impacts people all across this country, in fact, all around the world. But for too long, federal programs that were intended to support a thriving middle class failed to reach all of us, all Americans, thus creating an inequitable distribution of federal resources and marginalizing communities of color. Now, I didn't come to Congress to defend every federal program. I came to make sure that the federal government and the policies that we pass actually work for all of us. It's extremely important that this Congress have an open dialogue and debate policies that improve the lives of Americans, with equity and opportunity being the basis and starting point for such policies. And when I say equity and opportunity, that includes all of us, people of color, women, people that live in rural communities, and individuals that have been systemically left out for decades and, in fact, centuries. So we as Congress in this moment, we must act to correct the inequities that have been the center of everything that we do. And imagine what we can do, all of us, regardless of party, if every piece of legislation that we pass out of this committee include provisions that address racial equity, health equity, economic equity, and gender equity, and so much more. Now, I know that my colleagues on the other side may not agree, and that they may distract from this hearing to talk about other issues like inflation, which is indeed a real issue. I hear from my constituents every day about housing prices that are soaring and gas prices being too high. That's why I've worked to propose legislation to address the cost of housing and to bring down the cost of gas. Because we know that all of us as Americans, people of color, women, those who live in rural communities, are experiencing these pains at disproportional rates. That's why today's topic on advancing economic opportunity is vitally important. So I look forward to hearing from our esteemed panel today. This is work that I'm really excited about. It's a historic day, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for doing something that no other chairman of the Ways and Means Committee has ever done, and that is to make this hearing possible today. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Gomez to conclude.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. We're calling, are these guys witnesses, or are they part of the Democratic caucus on this committee? Because we're just having a series of members of the committee testifying with no Republicans allowed to speak?
Mr. Rice, the plan here is for the chairman, who has flexibility with time allocation, to recognize these members, and as I think you would recognize that during my time as chairman, I've been more than open to providing extra time for members on both sides of the aisle so that they might be heard fully. Mr. Gomez to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The idea of equity comes down to a simple idea, that every community is valued no matter where that community is located, be it in a blue state or a red state, be it in the east side of Los Angeles, which I represent, or Appalachia or Alabama. It is values these communities that start off at different places with different histories, that have different obstacles, and then crafting policy that targets resources to uplift all of these communities, to give them a fair chance of being part of the American dream, but also the American society and the economy. We want to make sure that these programs work. And we act like sometimes these programs are perfect. They're not. And we see that time and time again. We made a couple of simple changes to the child tax credit, and lo and behold, you had a reduction of child poverty in this country from 40 to 60%, depending on the community you lived in. And this is not just about Black and Latino and Asian, it's also about poor whites who are often left behind in greater numbers for greater periods of time. So we're going to continue to have this discussion, but it's a way to look at policy and how to shape it to have the most impact. And then when we do that, we create a more perfect union. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The ranking member, Mr. Brady, is recognized for a long 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses today. The Ways and Means Committee has always sought to make the economy work for all Americans, regardless of race, age, gender, or circumstances of your birth. You know, I applaud the Racial Equity Initiative. I wish it would have been bipartisan. I'm convinced many Republicans seek common ground on these issues facing America. To be clear, racism exists in America. Individual, institutional, nor government-sponsored racism has any place today in a nation founded on the natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Every American deserves to be respected and enjoy the opportunity to pursue their individual dream through hard work, persistence, and risk-taking. That's why after a decade of slow growth and stagnant paychecks, with American jobs and manufacturing moving overseas, Republicans took control of Congress and approved the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This law leapfrogged America to the best economy in the world, lifted 6 million Americans out of poverty, brought back jobs from overseas, and created hope and opportunity for workers and people of color who'd been left behind in the old Obama-Biden tax code. Real wages grew for all Americans at nearly 5%, the fastest in 2 decades. Compared to President Obama's second term, paychecks grew 24% faster for Hispanics, 79% faster for Black Americans, and 95% faster for Asian Americans. Unemployment for Black Americans, Hispanics, and Asian Americans also fell to all-time lows. In 2019 alone, wages grew faster in 1 year than for all 8 years of the Obama-Biden White House combined. Poverty hit the lowest rate on record, and income inequality began to shrink for the first time in half a century. Why is this so important? Because good jobs and rising paychecks do more to lift Americans out of poverty than never-ending government checks that hook a generation of families into government dependency. Many of the racial disparities we see, such as in health, that concern us all, spring from socioeconomic causes which indeed impact the poor of all races. Just over 2 years ago, more Americans were connected to good-paying jobs. And this meant opportunities for people of color, for women, for low-income workers, and workers without a high school degree. These Americans benefited the most from keeping more of what they earned, from thriving small businesses, and from strong economic growth under Republican leadership. But it is the same Americans who are suffering the most under one-party Democrat control of Washington. Before President Biden took office, paychecks were going up, rising twice as fast as inflation. Families were getting ahead, especially people of color. Unfortunately, after only 14 months of his economic policies, working American families, particularly families of color, are worse off. Many are in crisis. Despite warnings from Obama-Biden economic advisors like Larry Summers and Jason Furman, Democrats in Congress rammed through a partisan $2 trillion so-called COVID stimulus that sent inflation skyrocketing to 40-year highs. As a result, price hikes at the pump for food, supplies, housing, and transportation are crushing working families, especially people of color. Recent survey found that people of color and those just getting into the workplace for the first time are the ones struggling the most with inflation. Minority-owned small businesses are struggling to recover from the pandemic, facing higher prices and labor shortage, Thanks to Washington's lavish and extended unemployment bonuses, monthly stimulus checks, and Affordable Care Act subsidies that discourage work. Now these same minority-owned businesses still face the looming threat of President Biden's tax increases. Regrettably, many Democrat governors and mayors kept local businesses closed for far too long, and schools as well, hurting small business workers and parents struggling to balance child care, education, and work. And now with schools reopened, the Build Back Better plan in Congress is proposing a $27,000 a year toddler tax that inflates the cost of child care for many working families. More than half of all African-American households describe themselves as energy insecure, struggling to pay energy bills or sustaining adequate heating and cooling in their home. This is another casualty of President Biden's war on affordable, made-in-American energy. These costs in particular will go up for these families as President Biden's corporate tax increases get passed on to customers in higher prices. And that's on top of the historic 40-year increase in prices. Cash-strapped family incomes have fallen for the 7th straight month. The Biden administration, sadly, has no answers. With job growth slowing and inflation accelerating, now America, the highest inflation in the advanced world, many economists worry our economy is headed closer toward a recession each month. Most Americans believe our economy is already in a recession or depression and have lost faith in the president's ability to rebuild an economy that works for them. We can do better. We must do better. Republicans are ready and eager to work with our Democrat friends to ensure our economy can grow in a way that leaves no worker behind and provides the opportunity that every American deserves. With that, I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. I
Mr.
believe that
Mr.
point of
Chairman.
order from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Wonder if the ranking member would yield me some of his 5 minutes?
Mr. Chairman, you've given me an extra amount of time.
I would do that, yes.
I'd be glad to, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you to the ranking member, to the chairman. You know, I was listening with interest to Ms. Sewell, Mr. Horsford, and Ms. Gomez, and I want to assure Democrats that Republicans are ready to work with the chairman and with a task force like this to ensure that all Americans, including individuals of color, minorities, the opportunity to live the American dream. It's one of the reasons I ran for Congress, because I believe that the task force members are right in saying that it hasn't extended to everyone. We may have different ideas about how to get there, but I think it's important that we all believe that we can work together on this issue. And, you know, I've always heard that the Ways and Means Committee is a committee that works in a bipartisan way. And I think this is one of the issues where we should be working together. I think the Democrats have some good ideas in this space, and I think Republicans do as well. And so, frankly, I'm disappointed that the first I heard there was a task force looking at this issue was right here at this hearing, and I'm disappointed that it included 3 members of the Democrat Party only. So I guess a question I would have to the chairman is why? Why on this one issue, when I'm looking forward to the discussion here today, but why are we not bringing the committee together on both sides of the aisle? Why were 3 Republicans not included in this as well? This is not an issue that should be politicized. So I'm hoping that today is an honest discussion about how we can ensure that that American dream extends to everyone. So if I may end with a question, Chairman Neal, why was this set up in this way, and why were Republicans not included?
Well, I think it's consistent with what we tried to do in the healthcare space for rural healthcare. And at the same time, I think that this hearing this morning is about offering a unifying theme. So I think the gentleman's comments are offered sincerely, and we would be happy to include you in the task force that we've assembled on the Democratic side, Mr. Smucker. Glad to have your input. Mr. Buchanan would be recognized.
I'd love to be on the task force, frankly, because we're looking in the wrong places. It's not Washington. It's about business opportunities, small business opportunities. It's about franchising. That's where the equity's built. That's where the businesses are built. I've met a lot of Hispanics and African Americans that have been very, very successful. A lot of them don't want to get out and talk about their success, unfortunately. but there's a lot more that can be done. You can go down the street here. There's an organization called the IFA, International Franchise Association. There's probably 1,000 businesses. They'll help you get financed. They'll train you. You're in business for yourself, but not by yourself. That's the future. And you can't look to Washington. That's the problem. You've got to look for business opportunities because I didn't invent the game, but that's the game I've been fortunate to play. And that's the idea of building a business and building equity and building net worth over a period of 40 years. And I grew up as a blue-collar kid, as many of you know. So I think that's why I'd like to be a part of the task force, because there's a lot of people in the communities we're talking about. They have enormous talent, incredible, but they don't have the opportunities. They don't understand there's opportunities are out there. And I want to, if you want to really build net worth, if you want to be able to, start a business with 3 employees and end up with 500 or 200, it all starts with that vision. That's America to me. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I think that the tone that we tried to set here is conversational. It's very positive already. And I appreciate the members' interest and their commitment to collaboration. And I think this hearing is a great start. So with that, let me introduce our witnesses. First, we have the opportunity to welcome Dr. Camille Bousset, the Director of Race, Prosperity, and Inclusion Initiatives, as well as a Senior Fellow at the Economics, Governance, and Metropolitan Policy Programs at the Brookings. Next, we have Dr. Carmen Rojas, the President and CEO of the Marguerite Casey Foundation. Next, we have Sung-Young Choi Morrow, the Executive Director of the National Asian Pacific Women's Forum. Daniel Dawes is with us, the Executive Director of the Satcher Health Leadership Institute at Morehouse School of Medicine. And finally, we have Alfredo Ortiz, the President and CEO of Job Creators Network. Each of your statements will be made part of the record in their entirety, and I would ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes or less. And to help you with that time, please keep an eye on the clock that should be pinned to your screen. I will notify you when your time has expired. Dr. Bousset, please proceed.
Gomez and other members of the committee. It is both humbling and a great honor to be asked to testify at today's historic hearing, and thank you for the opportunity to do so. The United States is the largest and most robust economy in the world. The policies that have enabled our strong economy, particularly those that have built a thriving middle class, have entailed choices. Those choices, made over the last century and a half, were made in a context in which the value of a human being living in the United States was evaluated against a hierarchy of skin color and cultural references. Our Indian Removal Act of 1830, Chinese Exclusion Acts of 1875 and 1882, Japanese American internment camps, and Jim Crow laws are all examples of policy choices that enshrined racist assumptions in public policy, with consequences for children that have spanned generations. As a result of those choices, the United States is also a place where a child's future is currently determined by skin color and zip code. If you take nothing else from my testimony today, I do want you to remember this. First, we all suffer when children experience racial disparities. Second, racial and ethnic disparities in the US are the results of conscious policy choices. And third, we have all the resources to undo those choices and make better ones that demonstrate that the United States, long a beacon of hope and freedom, is one that is continuing to gain momentum toward the founding concept that all men are created equal. Today, we find ourselves confronting the many consequences of these policy choices shaped by assumptions about race and culture. And given our limited time here together, I will focus on 2 of those consequences, wealth and health disparities. And I'm sure that my impressive colleagues at this hearing will augment and enhance our discussion. There is a profound and persistent racial wealth gap between white households and Black and brown households in the US that is not the result of the individual behaviors of those households. As of this year, on average, white households hold more than 10 times the wealth of Black households and 7 times the wealth of Latino households. The racial wealth gap in the US has endured for decades and has actually increased over time. The racial wealth gap is a legacy of the conscious policy choices of redlining, discriminatory labor policies, and a tax code that treats income from paid employment less favorably than investment income. The racial wealth gap substantially affects U.S. GDP output, with an estimated yearly cost to the U.S. economy of $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion in lost consumption and investment. In the context of a competitive global economy, if we allow the racial wealth gap to prevail, we will fall behind economies such as China's. While the racial wealth gap is one consequence of racism in public policy, so too are health disparities. Our lack of investment in the health of communities of color has led to a health disparity landscape where people of color are more likely to die from treatable conditions and are also at higher risk for many chronic health conditions. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated these trajectories, with average life expectancies for Black and Latino people falling more sharply than those of whites. We did not arrive at these health disparities by accident. We arrived there because we have made policy decisions that have devalued the health and well-being of communities of color. While the racial wealth gap and health disparities will not be undone overnight, what is encouraging about our situation in the United States is that we have the resources and the knowledge to design policies that break from those inculcated a value of human life based on race and ethnicity. We can invest in historically redlined areas in a way that supports the communities currently living there. We can invest in better schools and better health care for communities of color. We can do that. More importantly, however, we must make these changes. Children of color, who are now the majority of their generation, will one day be the people responsible for our economy, national security, educational system, our response to climate change, and our ability to innovate. We want them to inherit a United States that is not hampered by previous inequitable policy choices. We all win when we are willing to use the very ample resources and intellect in the largest economy in the world to create an equitable future for the United States. Thank you for the privilege of addressing the committee today.
Thank you. Now let me recognize Dr. Carmen Rojas, the President and CEO of the Marguerite Casey Foundation. Dr. Rojas.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you this morning on the role that racism plays in perpetuating economic inequality. My name is Dr. Carmen Rojas, and I'm the President and CEO of the Marguerite Casey Foundation and Marguerite Casey Action Fund. We are a racial and economic justice foundation whose charitable purpose it is to support organizations throughout the United States that are working to make sure that everybody has an equal voice in our democracy and can thrive in our economy. I want to start by talking about my mom. My mom, Maria Elena Aviles, is from a small town in Nicaragua, and at 17, she decided to immigrate to the United States in search of a better life, like millions of people before her and millions of people after her. She would be leaving her best friends, her favorite foods, all of the creature comforts of belonging, because she believed that here in the United States, if she worked hard and if she served her community, she would have a future where she could afford a home to raise her kids, where she'd be able to vote for the people that represented her wildest aspirations, and where she would have a government that she could be proud of. My mom was an economic migrant. She left the people she loved most because of a set of international policies that often worked against her being able to have a stable life in her home country where she could raise a family and have a steady job. Our trade policy establishes the nature of our relationships between working people and capital across the globe. It creates the terrain onto which we understand not only the movement of goods, but more importantly, the underlying reasons motivating the movement of people like my mom from one place to another in search of a better life. U.S. domestic and international economic policy has been overwhelmingly influenced by billionaires and corporate CEOs. They have led from a commitment to concentrate wealth and resources at all of our expense. We know that these policies hurt all workers, and they've hurt workers of color most. After a short period of time in the 60s and early 70s, when we saw the ways in which labor unions and the ability to collectively bargain acted as a buoy for people who work, the undue influence of corporations has replaced that buoy with an anvil, making it impossible for any minimum wage worker to earn enough with one job to pay rent in the city in which they live, causing an increase in suicides and addictions, and undermining the promise of freedom we've all been sold. This is true for everyone who works in the United States and has been most poignantly felt in those industries that once had union density like manufacturing, and for people of color who were often excluded from the benefits of Great Society and New Deal programs. In the later part of the 1990s, Black workers were as likely as white workers to work in manufacturing, and 40% of those workers were represented by a labor union. Just 20 years later, that number dropped to 13%. As one study notes, between 1960 and 2010, the downward trend in manufacturing employment contributed to a 12% increase in the racial wealth gap between Black and white men in this country. In the intervening years, the federal government has sought to reduce the impact of trade policy by putting in place amazing programs like Trade Adjustment Assistance, which provides critical assistance to those workers who have lost jobs as a result of a decline in manufacturing. The decline in quality union jobs can be directly correlated to past economic policies that are contingent on a race to the bottom, where corporations, shareholders, and boards have no incentives and face no consequence should they seek to move production to places that exploit workers, destroy the environment, and act as tax havens. We are seeing some hopeful signs for this committee to build on. Shifting our policies from a regime of corporations to take all to worker-centered trade is an amazing signal. The federal government and this committee have an unprecedented opportunity to right the wrongs of past practices that have left millions of working people behind. In order to address these gaps in our trade and labor policy, trade policy should be focused on a race to the top, where we use our trade position to improve workplace standards, to support collective bargaining, and prioritize protecting the environment. Domestically, economic policy should be tied to a more robust safety net, which includes expanding and creating easier access to health care, canceling student debt, investing in public housing, and formalizing paid leave by closing holes in our winner-take-all tax system. I want to thank you all for your time this morning.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize Sung-Young Choi Morrow, who is the Executive Director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. My name is Sung-Young Choi Morrow. I'm the Executive Director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, or we go by NAPAWF, because it takes 5 minutes to say it every time I say it. So that's how I'll be referring to moving forward. At NAPAWF, we fight to ensure that Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander AA and HPI communities have the economic power to work with dignity, provide for their families, and make critical decisions that allow them to thrive. At the heart of NAPAWF's work is our mission to dispel the so-called model minority myth, which stereotypes and falsely generalizes that our community is well-educated, prosperous, and successful. We are not all doctors, lawyers, and scientists. We do not all have Ivy League degrees, and we certainly are not all good at math, and I am a living testimony of that. In fact, AA and HPI women are overrepresented in the frontline and low-wage workforce. In 2020, AA and HPI women working full-time and part-time jobs were paid on average 75 cents to a white man's dollar. However, disaggregating this data shows that AA and HPI women experience some of the largest pay gaps among all women, such as Bangladeshi and Pakistani women who made just over 50 cents for every dollar paid to their white male counterparts. To make up for lost wages, AA and HPI women have no choice but to work longer hours, multiple jobs. Millions of Asian American mothers live in multi-generational households, shouldering the dual responsibility of providing for our children, elderly parents, and extended family members. More often than not, we're also the breadwinners. The wage gap makes it more difficult to provide emotional, economic support to our families. AA and HPI women live at the dangerous intersection of racial discrimination and economic injustice that rob us of our agency over our lives. We've all witnessed the tragedies this disempowerment can cause. 6 of the victims in the Atlanta spa shooting last year were Asian American women. They were targeted not only because they were women or just because they were Asian, but because of their race and gender and their place of work. because being Asian American women spa workers is in a racist, misogynistic, and xenophobic society made them vulnerable. The pandemic has increased economic insecurities and reduced labor force participation across the country, but particularly among AA and HPI women who disproportionately work in retail, restaurant, and personal care positions. Although we make up just 2.9% of overall workforce, we comprise 3.8% of the frontline workforce. Frontline and service sector jobs often don't provide access to paid family leave, medical leave, and forcing workers to make the impossible choice to either care for their family or put food on the table. I remember a nail technician I met when I was on parental leave. My job allowed me to take time off to care for myself and for my newborn. But the Asian American women who filed, cut, and painted my nails did not have this leave. I learned that she was also a new mother and was back at work because she could not afford to go without pay. Once I got to talking to her and got to know her a bit, I found out that she was 4 weeks postpartum. And this is seared into my memory because I was barely functioning at 10 weeks postpartum, and here was this woman back at work just a month after giving birth to her own child. For many working class AA and HPI women, the expanded child tax credit from July 2020 through December of 2021 provided much needed relief. Child tax credit payments in July of that year, and more than 6 in 10 used their payments to feed and buy food for their families. These payments confirmed what research has all along suggested, that AA and HPI families with financial insecurities and few childcare options stand to particularly benefit from an expanded child tax credit. Yet the failure to make this expansion permanent has plunged our families back into poverty. In the frontline jobs, AA and HPI workers have been the most vulnerable to COVID, forcing many to choose between their work and their health. And Asian American women have by far been disproportionately impacted by racism and fear of COVID and lack of access to affordable health care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we will hear from Daniel Dawes, the Executive Director of the Satcher Health Leadership Institute at Morehouse School of Medicine.
Good morning, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and esteemed members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I want to thank you for using the power of your gavel to shine a light on the impact of systemic racism and discrimination on all economic, health, and racial inequities in the United States. My name is Daniel Dawes, and I am the Executive Director of the Satcher Health Leadership Institute at Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta, Georgia, where we focus much of our work on the political determinants of health and how the systematic processes of structuring relationships, distributing resources, and administering power through policies and practices either advance health equity or exacerbate health inequities. Political determinants of health give rise to the social determinants of health that often are identified as the root causes of health disparities. These, to some degree, reflect weaknesses in our nation's healthcare system, while also reflecting the policies, programs, and resource allocations that were and remain rooted in systemic racism. My good friend and colleague, Dr. David Williams at Harvard University, has spent his life's work researching racism on the impact of health, and has concluded that racism affects health in profound ways that are over and beyond any of the measures, through systems that have been built up over the years and are now locked in place, replicating social inequality. Health inequalities, he concludes, are the sum total of all the other social inequalities. As we say in this moment of racial justice awakening, we know that the more common forms of systemic racism, especially in and throughout the healthcare system, tend to be implicit and subconscious, yet its negative impact on health equity is explicit. We know that racism today is a major health determinant. Racial and ethnic health disparities and inequities remain a pervasive problem to which a holistic and comprehensive solution continues to evade us. Consider Racial and ethnic minorities are disproportionately more likely than whites to suffer from less access to affordable, quality healthcare, leaving them under or uninsured. These disparities are especially stark in states that did not choose to expand their Medicaid programs, which interestingly studies have found show minoritized individuals experiencing higher mortality, lower life expectancy, and higher infant mortality rates. Racial and ethnic minorities experience disproportionately higher incidence and prevalence rates of premature death across nearly every chronic and acute disease and condition. And Black women are 2 to 3 times more likely than white women to die from pregnancy complications. Unfortunately, their babies do not fare much better. Black newborns are 3 times more likely than white newborns to die before their first birthday. Some of the starkest disparities are actually in states known for having high-performing healthcare systems. What's worse, they now occur against the backdrop of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, where Latino, Black, American Indian, and Alaska Natives, and Asian Americans are 4 times more likely than whites to be hospitalized and 3 times more likely than whites to die. And so if we want to achieve health equity, we must focus on the role systemic racism plays, not only on the health and healthcare of Black and brown people, but also on the policies and practices that guide and are initiated within and throughout the U.S. healthcare system. In doing so, we will be able to better understand how they were structured and funded then, and why they disproportionately and negatively affect the health of millions of people of color today. We have made strides in advancing racial equality, even as these successes have been marred by incidents of police brutality against Black people and acts of physical violence and verbal abuse aimed at men, women, and children of Asian, Latino, and Arab descent. While we are coming to a stronger grip with how and why these inequities remain embedded and entrenched in our systems, institutions, policies, and laws that affect all of us today, we can look no further than within our current healthcare system. Systemic racism in healthcare directly results in some people of color dying earlier than whites. Racial and ethnic health inequities also carry a hefty economic price, nearly $93 billion in excess medical care costs and another $42 billion in lost productivity each year. If we eliminated inequities in mental health care, we would save $278 billion and nearly 117,000 lives over 5 years. Now, no one wants to consider that the very professionals charged with doing no harm could just as easily hold implicit subconscious racial biases. Numerous studies confirm that racial biases by healthcare providers often are implicit, but their impact on health and racial and ethnic minorities is demonstrative and leads to poor health outcomes and even premature death. In a study that was conducted a little over 5 years ago of medical students and residents, researchers found that a shocking percentage of them, 40% in fact, believe that Black people's nerve endings were less sensitive than that of white people. So it's not shocking that we have striking racial and ethnic disparities in pain management today. Further, when an individual experiences racism, it leads to higher rates of unhealthy eating, smoking, alcohol, and drug abuse, all of which negatively affect a person's overall health. A 2019 study found that it literally increases inflammation in African Americans, increasing their risk of developing kidney and heart disease. Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and esteemed members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to share my testimony on the effects of racism in and on the healthcare and health outcomes.
Thank you, Mr. Dawes. Let me now recognize Alfredo Ortiz, the President and CEO of Job Creators Network. Could you please adjust your microphone, sir? Yeah.
Apologize. Let me start again.
You did it. Good work.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Alfredo Martin Ortiz, and I am the President and CEO of Job Creators Network, the nation's leading small business organization advocating for the 31 million small businesses and the 60 million employees nationwide. I want to thank Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady for the opportunity to be here today. I know the challenges and opportunities facing minority entrepreneurs firsthand. My parents came to America over 50 years ago from Mexico City to pursue the American dream. My dad was a tailor, my mom a housekeeper. During my childhood, I often saw them struggle financially. I remember Mom taking us to St. Rose of Lima Church in my hometown of Chula Vista, California, to distribute surplus government eggs, milk, bread, and cheese to families in need. After volunteering at the site, and only after then, we brought our share home too. We always went home last. You see, My mom taught me what a work ethic is and how it's okay to receive help when needed, but if you can, to give back more than what you receive. They've both passed on, but the values they taught me, hard work, grit, and gratitude, helped me become a successful small business owner. Millions of minority entrepreneurs like me from Mexico, Africa, South Africa, Middle East, and Asia come here for the same reasons my parents did, to partake of the land of opportunity and America's free market economy, which rewards ingenuity and hard work over credentials, family connections, and skin color. Minorities from across the globe don't come here because America's a racist nation. And we don't come here to change America. We come here to have America change us. While there's a little doubt that there's been historic racism in America, I find it insulting when people claim it's the basis for minorities' challenges in today's economy. The best antidote to the remaining vestiges of racism is the free market system that rewards entrepreneurs of all backgrounds. The fact is, minorities start small businesses at far faster rates than their white counterparts. And in recent history, we saw the power of the free market boost minorities' economic outcomes most clearly in 2018 and 2019. Thanks to free market policies like tax cuts and deregulation, minorities were able to make astounding economic gains. Unemployment rates fell to record lows. More than 6 million people emerged from poverty. Income inequality fell as wages for minorities grew far faster than whites. Minority household incomes reached record highs, and home ownership, especially amongst Latinos, reached record levels. Unfortunately, minorities, including entrepreneurs, were also disproportionately affected by bad public policy, which is a far larger threat than the remaining remnants of racism. For instance, the COVID-19 policy response had a far bigger impact on minority-owned businesses and small business owners across the board than big ones. Bigger companies grew bigger, and smaller businesses got smaller or disappeared. Black, white, Asian, and Hispanic small businesses alike, all were equally harmed. These small businesses, including dry cleaners, bodegas, diners, barbers, franchises, motels, street vendors, and internet entrepreneurs, are the backbone of America's small business economy. And equally important, they're the pillars of American communities and offer minorities a ticket to the middle class. However, the biggest threat facing minority entrepreneurs today is runaway inflation. According to the Job Creators Network Small Business IQ monthly poll of American small business owners, inflation is twice as problematic as they are other hurdles facing today. Racism, on the other hand, was not on the radar. This burdensome inflation is a result of the government doing too much, not too little. Reckless government spending has resulted in too many dollars chasing too few goods, boosting prices. Generous social programs have depressed the labor market, leading to the biggest labor shortage in American history. Radical green environmental policies have prevented oil and gas production, raising costs for all small businesses. Expanding government programs, as proposed by many here today, would only make this devastating inflation worse. But there's more. Our franchise system, which hundreds of thousands of minorities have leveraged to enter the middle class, is under attack from congressional Democrats. If they succeed, it would close off franchise options to countless minority entrepreneurs. Imagine your community without your local Roto-Rooter, your local McDonald's, your local Service Pro, or even your local Holiday Inn. Last, President Biden's proposed tax increases and labor regulations would disproportionately impact small businesses, reducing their ability to expand, hire, and raise wages for minority employees. If the government wants to help economic prospects of minorities, it should do less, not more. It should make small business tax cuts permanent and let the free market unleash the creative talent of minorities. It should recognize the harmful unintended consequences of its well-intended policies, and it should fight for small businesses just as hard as they fight for their big business patrons and lobbyists. The truth is, the biggest economic hurdle minorities face today isn't racism, it's bad government policy. The answer to a thriving minority small business community is simple. Get back to the free market policies that led to historic economic gains amongst minorities before the pandemic hit. Thank you for your time.
I thank the gentleman. Dr. Bousset, quality health care, education, family financial stability all have a profound positive impact on children, helping them achieve more in school and go on to greater success in the labor market, as we all agree on this morning. Every child in this country deserves those things, but the economy and society make it less likely for some members of the American family to participate. As we address this issue of inflation, we should note that thanks to a historically strong economy, Wages are really going up. Look at last month's jobs report. We've taken steps on insulin, $35 a month, to address those sorts of issues. The President is proactively releasing 1 million barrels a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the next 6 months to hopefully stabilize prices at the pump. And all leading economists agree that the bipartisan infrastructure law will reduce inflationary pressures. These are critical assessments, but also facts. As our country continues to diversify in coming decades, could you please expand on how the inequalities that children of color face could translate into a loss of labor market productivity and participation in the future that will impede our country's ability to grow in a global economy?
Chairman Neal, well, thank you for that question. You know, our legacy of racial inequalities is really quite heartbreaking in the U.S. And redlining in particular, which was a conscious policy choice, has had a devastating impact on the quality of education that children living in previously redlined areas experience. So these children do not have access to quality education or reliable broadband access. And so they are more likely to be living in a context that it will constrain their ability to earn living wages and to enter a fast-moving, technology-oriented economy of innovation, which is ours. That constraint can lower our GDP by about $7 trillion annually.
Thank you, Dr. Doucette. Let me, if I can, also point out that the first amendment that I ever passed in Congress was in 1989, my first year in Congress, and it was as we attempted to address the S&L crisis. And my amendment addressed the issue of a call report on banking records to find out how banks actually loaned money, to who and to where. To talk about a different tenor of times in the way that Congress saw issues at that time, Andy Ireland, who was a Republican from Florida and the top Republican on the committee at the time, he accepted my amendment on the House floor and came over and shook my hand. It was pretty nice for a first-year member of Congress to have a senior Republican recognize there was a problem and to try to find a path forward. And today, those records are very helpful, as you've indicated, Dr. Doucette, in trying to establish a line in time about how our lending institutions actually loan money to prospective homeowners and business startups. So thank you for that, and let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Ortiz, your family story is America's story. Coming here with next to nothing but principles and skills and incredible hard work. You know, you are living the American dream, and I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
When we look at a number of racial disparities, oftentimes when you look deeper, it is the cause are socioeconomic challenges, in that whether it's at rural America or inner city America, that's often the cause of this. You talked about how so many more minority-owned and women-owned businesses are exploding in growth. And I saw this before coming to Congress as a Chamber of Commerce executive, watching our local businesses, minority-owned, women-owned businesses, just starting up, hiring workers, making sales, building wealth for the first time, and lifting this socioeconomic platform of their neighborhoods and their communities. So what are the policies from Washington that make it harder for minority and women-owned businesses to succeed? What are the traditional barriers, and what are some of the decisions that Washington have made that is really making it harder today for minority and businesses to find workers, to create sales, to manage their costs? Can you talk about that?
Well, thank you, Ranking Member, for the kind words. I really owe this to my mom and my father, who really showed me that great work ethic and grit and determination, and frankly, a country that I truly believe nowhere else can this happen except for America. I mean, here I am before all of you involved in this conversation, which I'm proud to be part of. But I'll also tell you that I'm also proud to be the head of this organization of Job Creators Network, because one of the greatest things that I have seen is or I have been able to do is the interaction that I've had with many, many thousands of small business owners, whether it's in our polling or our conversations direct, or when we're traveling across the country. And these small business owners are of all kind, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, independents, black, white, green, blue. I mean, it is truly, across the board. And I see the hard work and determination that really takes to be successful. And it's really amazing. And as a country, we should be proud of all of our small businesses. The pandemic was obviously very difficult for our small businesses. Unfortunately, they were disproportionately hurt versus our large businesses in this country, and they do need assistance. And these aren't just Republican small businesses. These are Democrat, Independent, and Republican small businesses. But as a whole right now, what they're suffering from, Ranking Member Brady, is inflation. And whether this is an uncomfortable discussion to be had or not, the reality is it is really hitting them hard. And unfortunately, it's hitting small businesses disproportionately harder than large businesses. Large businesses have the opportunity of benefiting from things like most favored nation status, which gives them favorable pricing. They have long-term contract pricing. They have access to supply chain inventory when inventories are tight that no small business really has. And they actually have access to labor because the price that they can pay versus a small business on labor wages is much higher. And so the challenges for a small business owner, when we talk about producer price indices that are 10%, what the small business owner is facing is much, much higher than that. And again, when you look at the composition of that small business, of the 31 million small businesses out there, the majority of those businesses are minority businesses, and they do open at a much higher rate than their white counterparts. And they actually hire at a much higher rate the people in their community that reflect their community, which tend to be minorities as well. And so right now, the leading issue that we have for small businesses, which again impact all of our communities, and remember that small businesses in this country really are the glue that holds this country together.
Mr. Ortiz, can I ask you this? So obviously you mentioned in your testimony the worry about higher taxes looming over small businesses. How important was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, 20% small business deduction? How important was that to minority-owned businesses?
Yeah, Ranking Member Brady, that's an excellent question. We were very involved at Job Creators Network in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, going around the country talking to folks about what would you actually do with that kind of tax cut. Unfortunately, Democrats were portraying that as they would just go out and spend that money needlessly and not care about, reinvesting back in their businesses. Not only in our polling, but when we did go across the country, and we traveled over 50,000 miles going across the country in about 14, 15 different states talking to people. What they said they would do, and they did end up doing, is they reinvested back in their businesses through higher wages, better benefits, or literally back into their businesses through investments to grow it. You mentioned the 20% tax deduction. I will tell you that many businesses benefited from that, and that was a huge benefit for these folks. And in many cases, what I heard is because of that, they made investments in their business that they normally wouldn't have been able to afford. Right. So between the combination of the 20% deduction and the lower taxes, these literally millions of businesses invested back in their business. And that's why we saw the record wage income growth that we saw. We saw over 6 million people be pulled out of poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I apologize. I've run long in my time.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, to inquire.
Thank you so much for your powerful testimony. 17 years ago, my wife and I moved into a predominantly African-American neighborhood. It was in a part of our city that in 1928 was designated as the only part of the city for African Americans, just north of the only part of the city designated for Mexican Americans. I've learned from my neighbors at that spot, also knowing that during my lifetime, the other homes in which I grew up and lived in Austin, in the western part of the city, all had deed restrictions to deny African Americans even an opportunity to buy a home in those parts of the city. I have a reminder of the past each time I walk out the front door of my house, because across the street, thanks to the Equal Justice Initiative from Montgomery, Alabama, there is a plaque that I helped install at the African American church across the street that reflects on the history of our community having had 2 lynchings in the past. On a more hopeful note, when we have had a growth in our Asian American population, and thanks to the bigoted comments of our previous president, attacks on Asian Americans, the rally to stop Asian American hate was held at the historically black university, Houston-Tillotson University, near our home. It is against that backdrop that we have to consider federal policy. And so often through the years, even when the Congress intended to do good things in housing, with the GI Bill, with the tax policies of this committee, instead of redressing these inequities that weren't necessarily imposed by the Congress, we have simply exacerbated those inequities. One of the areas that as health chairman I am most concerned about is, of course, health care. And Mr. Dawes, I appreciated your testimony in that regard. My top priority has been to close the coverage gap that was created by state Republicans in Texas, one you referenced in your testimony, because of those who are in the coverage gap, 2 million Texans, 74% of those who've been left out and left behind are people of color. Could you just comment on why you think closing the coverage gap is an important matter for those who need access to a family physician in states like Texas?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Congressman, for your leadership in this space. You know, you mentioned two things, the high cost of drugs as well as the coverage gap. And certainly the high cost of drugs has had a disproportionate impact on communities of color who typically have higher rates, as I mentioned, of chronic diseases, including diabetes, cancer, heart disease, asthma, and lupus. And of course, lower incomes, as we heard from Dr. Bousset, lower uninsured rates, right? Or lower insured rates, and lower wealth, as we've heard about today. And it makes it very difficult to purchase these drugs that are needed to maintain or reach their full health potential. You know, the skyrocketing costs really, and the disproportionate burden, which are shouldered by the uninsured, is a threat to the health equity movement in its entirety. So as you all continue to engage in healthcare relief efforts, they need to include not only serious attention to affordability, but also access and a look at the other determinants of health, the social and political determinants of health that have instigated these health outcomes and health inequities. Again, I just want to thank you and your colleagues for the legislative action that you've taken as of late and continue to push for to address these critical issues.
Thanks so very much.
And I think they're going to build on, yeah, absolutely.
You know, one of the practical steps we have taken in our subcommittee, and thanks to the chair in our full committee, is to ensure for the first time in the history of this committee that we hear from people of color on every panel that we have. And one of the issues where we did not hear from people of color was the Trump tax scam. Indeed, there was really not discrimination there because we didn't hear from white people either. We heard from no one on scams like opportunity zones. Dr. Bousset, I'd like to ask you about your understanding of whether opportunity zones that do not include any input from people of color or people of any color in the neighborhoods affected are simply a scam for an opportunity for tax avoidance instead of uplifting communities of color.
Well, sir, thank you very much for that question. You know, opportunity zones and the way that they were designed in the previous administration have served primarily as capital gains tax write-offs without positively contributing to jobs or economic opportunities themselves. What we have found, generally speaking, is that the lack of input from those communities has certainly led to a situation where most of those opportunity zone activities were really encouraged gentrification, and they were largely in real estate, and often had very negative impacts on the communities and people who were actually living there. So overall, the way the opportunity zone legislation and the actual way it was implemented have not helped those communities.
Thank you, and thanks to all of our witnesses.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's obviously two views of the world or America that you can take a look at. I stand with Mr. Ortiz because I think that story is very prevalent in our history. Is it perfect America? No, but it's still the best place on the planet. I've been to 40 countries. My dad worked 30 years in the factory. My two brothers worked in the factory. I was the third son. And, first one of my family to go to college. Someone who's a mentor to me, changed my thinking, changed my life. But you see stories like yours in Florida. I'm down in Florida all the time where families come here with little or nothing and themselves or even their children go to a whole nother level compared to anywhere else on the planet. So again, we got to be very careful because I believe a lot of things become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you don't expect much, you don't get much. So I just want to ask you, Mr. Ortiz, you got an incredible story of the businesses that you represent, the 31 million businesses. How many are minority-owned businesses?
Well, when you look at overall the 31 million small businesses that are out there, you have about 65 to 70%, depending on the data, that are actually minority-owned businesses. You actually mentioned the International Franchise Association as an organization representing. There's also another organization called the Coalition of Franchisee Associations, which if you reach out to them, you look across the board, you look at their board, it is really a representation, frankly, of color, of ethnicity, of religious backgrounds, and these are all folks who are also living the American dream.
Yeah, these aren't businesses that maybe, I know there's a lot of small business that's, 5, 10, 15 employees or less, but a lot of these are business people that started maybe with one McDonald's, might have 5 or 10. I've seen it in the car business. I've seen it at Coca-Cola, the minority running the Coca-Cola of Florida. There's so many great stories out there, but I'm always concerned about what we tell our kids or what that vision is. Not that there's not challenges, but America's about unlimited opportunity. If you don't think that way, you're not going to get it. Let me just touch base on the tax cuts. You mentioned that a little bit to a leader. What's your thoughts about the impact that you touched on, just lowering the 20%, but on expensing on new and used equipment that we passed a couple of years back? What's your thoughts on that?
Yes, Congressman. I would say that it was really the double impact of the tax cut overall, as well as that 20% deduction, that had an enormous impact overall on many businesses. And I've talked to people that literally are one-person, type businesses to people that have multiple employees. It just allowed folks to make those investment decisions on a much easier basis when you have that immediate opportunity to recognize the benefits from a tax perspective of doing that. And they invested back in their businesses. They increased the number of employees that they hired. They increased their wages again. They increased their benefits. I mean, it is very, very clear, at least from my conversations and just our own polling, the impact that had, the positive impact, not only on all these small businesses, but our economy. Again, you look at the 6 million plus folks that were pulled out of poverty.
I want to ask you another question about, this is a tax writing committee. There's some consideration about raising taxes on small, medium-sized businesses, or you can say medium-sized businesses. What impact would that have in terms of the business community that you represent?
Well, we're very concerned that it would reverse a lot of the positive impact and actions that took place with the passing of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. We are concerned that small businesses, for example, remember, 2/3 of new growth, of new job growth is in the hands of our small businesses. And in our polling, they are concerned about a potential for a tax increase. And when they get concerned about that, they start looking forward and go, I'm not sure I can afford to keep hiring people. And in fact, I might have to let people go because they're concerned about cost right now, especially with inflation the way it is, with supply chain issues the way it is. So we're very concerned about that. And we actually would love to see those be made permanent, not to actually be taken away or increased in terms of the tax rate.
Well, I know on the expensing side, they're looking to pull 20% of that away. Maybe that's something to get addressed.
That would be disastrous.
But again, thank you. You've got an incredible story.
Thank you.
You need to get out and tell it more often. Thanks.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, to inquire.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thanks to our excellent witnesses who are here today. I'd also like to thank our colleagues, Representatives Sewell, Gomez, and Horsford, for their tremendous work over the past year on this committee's racial equity initiative. I'm proud that our committee has made racial equity a priority from day one, and I'm glad my colleagues' work has prompted this critically important hearing. I don't think any of us, if we take an honest look at our history, can deny the ongoing consequences of racial and ethnic discrimination. And all of us have an obligation today to be clear-eyed in our policymaking.
As a country, we have always gotten better. Our progress has sometimes been slow, but we've always gotten better. And if we're to continue to improve, to become fairer and more just, we have to be purposeful and honest in the choices we make in Congress today. I'd like to ask a question of Dr. Bissett. Dr. Bissett, you talked in your testimony about the persistent racial wealth gap in our country. The statistics that you cited were staggering. As chairman of the Select Revenue Subcommittee, one of my top priorities is reforming our tax code. All Americans need to pay their fair share, and our tax code needs to work for everyone, working class specifically, not just the top 1%. Can you talk a little more about how reforming our tax code is an irreplaceable part of our collective fight for equality? How can reforming our tax policies help create equality of opportunity for all Americans?
I appreciate the question. Thank you for that. So, in addition to the disparities that result from a range of public policies and discriminatory labor policies, our tax system, when it's operationalized within the context of existing racial disparities, reinforces and increases the racial wealth gap. It's a system that taxes paid labor more than investment income. And in this country, the vast majority of investment income is held by white families. So Black families and brown families and people who are just working Americans, right, who do not have large investments, are the ones who are going to be more aggressively taxed in that kind of a system. So they're essentially taxed more aggressively than white families who are Americans. Mortgage income and 529 plan deductions, which are central to middle-class financial life, are also largely the province of white households. So we need to be taking a look at that balance between taxing income from paid labor and income from capital gains. And we need to be thinking more about how to alter that in the context that we face now, which is one of racial and ethnic disparities. The second thing I would mention is that I think it's really valuable for us to look at EITC and the child tax credit. I think expanding eligibility for and increasing a childless EITC would help thousands of low-income Black workers, and a fully refundable child tax credit would extend full benefits to Black and brown children, setting them up much better for their adult lives by investing in their childhood.
Thank you very much. One of the things that struck me in your testimony was that all of us pay a price for inequality. Our economy gets stronger when we expand the playing field. Every one of us who's taken an economics class in college learned that. When everyone has a chance to work hard and get ahead, we all benefit. And for too many communities of color, that playing field has not been level, and it most certainly hasn't been expanded. So, Dr. Bissett, to follow up, do you agree that tackling racial disparities and inequality will be a boon for our economy overall?
Absolutely. And I think there's a lot of research that shows that, for instance, our gross domestic product would be about $7 trillion higher annually. Federal and tax revenues, federal, state, and tax local revenues would also be almost $2 trillion higher. And there would have been probably about $430 billion improvement in the finance of the U.S. Social Security system. So the answer is definitely yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you to our witnesses today. I may not agree with every point of analysis and policy recommendations from our witnesses, but I do appreciate hearing various perspectives. I think if we sat down for a conversation about economic opportunity, we would find our goals are actually very similar. For every American to have a chance at a better life for themselves and their families, no matter where they live or what their background might be. That is, after all, I believe, what our country is all about. For the purposes of today's hearing, I would like to focus on two real-world issues where I worry Democrat proposals should be particularly troubling to working families and where Republicans have solutions to meet their real everyday needs. First and foremost, we want every American to have access to a good job. Right now, there are more job openings across our economy than job seekers. a recipe for rising wages. I do fear that some good intentions of trying to be generous to folks are actually creating barriers to getting people back into the workforce. I think we should all be very concerned about this. When I was chair of the Human Resources Subcommittee, we first introduced the Jobs for Success Act. Back in the 1990s, a while ago now, welfare reform was effective in getting millions of Americans into the workforce and actually reducing child poverty, but that was more than 2 decades ago. Our country does not look or work the same, and we must take steps to connect Americans from all walks of life with adequate opportunity. States passively telling people to work, it's not enough. The Jobs for Success Act would require states to work one-on-one with TANF beneficiaries to actively connect them with employers, get them started in a good job, and provide them greater support to address challenges like childcare and transportation. This will help keep employees working, ensuring they can access opportunities to earn raises and promotions. And once you are working, the child tax credit that Republicans doubled in tax reform provides more economic help for families. We all want every parent to have access to high-quality, affordable childcare that meets their diverse needs. Unfortunately, the Democrats' child care proposal limits options for families around the country by only providing assistance to families using government-approved, facility-based care not located at a religious institution. 70% of child care is currently provided by a relative, in-home-based care, or through a religious-based child care provider. That means 70% of families utilizing care right now would be unable to use assistance at their current provider. Simply put, the structure of the Democrats' program would only worsen some of the disparities that they, I think, are trying to address. Center-based care may be a great option for 9-to-5 office workers, but it's generally unavailable for parents working second or third shift. Further, data shows that whites with graduate or professional degrees are the predominant users of center-based care, while racial minorities are likelier to use the facilities that racial minorities tend to use are expressly excluded from the Democrats' program. Instead of mandates, we should focus on ways to truly improve access to care, to work together on bipartisan solutions to expand access in places with the greatest need, provide technical assistance to new providers of all types, and ensure states can use existing dollars to help parents stay in the workforce. Mr. Ortiz, thank you for being here today. I appreciate all of our witnesses. One of the most frequent concerns I hear from businesses in my district is the lack of workers and about government programs like expanded unemployment and child tax credit payments keeping people from going back to work. Is that something that your members are encountering?
Yes, Congressman, thank you so much. It absolutely is. I mean, we have a couple of buses that we go across country with. We have a recent campaign called Bring Small Businesses Back because obviously they've been under attack and having a difficult time. And every single time we'd pull up somewhere, they're like, we hope you have workers in there you can bring to us because we can't find any. And this isn't because they're not paying them enough. In many cases, it's twice what the minimum wage is, or even more so. Just that in many cases, they're also competing against the federal government effectively because some of the overly generous programs really made it more lucrative for workers to stay at home than to actually go back to their work. What I've heard things, for example, is, sure, I'll come back and work for you, but I want it under the table so that I can keep getting the benefits and the cash from you. And this was a very consistent story that we were hearing, especially amongst all these small businesses, especially in certain industries, for example, in the hospitality and restaurant industries, which are extremely challenged right now. But yes, this is very consistent to what I'm hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I yield back the balance.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for calling this extraordinarily important hearing today. I also want to thank our colleagues, Terry Sewell, Stephen Horsford, and Mr. Gomez for their incredible contribution that they've made here. Also point out, as Representative Sewell said, our colleague, John Lewis, who, when looking at the issue of equity, said the next civil rights movement is going to be about Social Security and the inequity that exists in a program, well, that actually works. It's the government's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and it's the #1 anti-poverty program for children. It also runs, Mr. Ortiz, at a 99% loss ratio in terms of its effectiveness and in terms of what it provides. So it's something that should be embraced. And yet it was Roosevelt, I think, that it seems that I want to emphasize this to our colleagues on the other side, talked about the vicissitudes of life. God bless people that are able to be entrepreneurs and are able to make it and are able to thrive in society. And we should be doing everything that we can to help and assist them. That goes without saying. But for way too many Americans, including 5 million Americans who receive below poverty level checks from their government after having worked and paid into a system, an earned benefit, not an entitlement, but an earned benefit. And yet, in the wealthiest nation in the world, they get below poverty level checks from their government. Now, that is government's fault. That is Congress's fault, because it's our responsibility and duty. And whether you're a veteran who hasn't got a disability payment and hasn't seen an increase in more than 50 years, 50 years of congressional inaction. And when we look at who's hurt by these vicissitudes of life, I think as economists and everybody on both sides of this aisle knows, it has been people of color, and specifically women of color. So it's up to government to make that difference in chance. Ms. Choi Morrow, I listened to what you had to say intently, and I wanted to ask you, how do you think an increase in benefits in Social Security that hasn't taken place in 50 years would impact the Asian American seniors and Asian American communities?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. So in 2015, annual household income for Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean American seniors was all below $28,000, nearly $6,000 less per month than national average, per year than national average. People of color, including Asian Americans, are less likely to receive pensions from their employers, and that includes only less than a quarter of Asian Americans who have a pension or a retirement savings. And only 53% of those folks rely on Social Security for almost all of their income. So Social Security is a vital support for our seniors, as you can see from my statistics. An average Social Security benefit in 2020 were $14,000 for Asian Americans, $17,000 for white Americans, $14,000 for Black Americans, and $13,800 for Latinos. So as you can see, even with what's being provided, it's as you mentioned, very little, and we definitely need to do more for our seniors.
Thank you. Mr. Dawes, you also mentioned in your testimony about racial minorities have a high rate of mortality. Doesn't the fact of an increase in their Social Security survival and disability benefits help these communities?
It absolutely does, Congressman. And I will add, though, that unfortunately, because of these social determinants of health that we've been talking about, too many African Americans, unfortunately, don't even live to the age where they can reap the benefits of this important social and economic policy. And so we do need to continue to hone in on those upstream determinants while we're bolstering Social Security for those who are able to.
Thank the gentleman. Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, to inquire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I come to this hearing with a little story to tell of my own journey. Because what I've heard today in this testimony and reading this testimony and the work that my colleagues have done on this committee to focus on this issue, to me is to answer hate and racism with more hate. I don't believe that is the right path to pursue. I was raised in a family where my father passed when I was 48. There was 12 of us, 8 older sisters, 3 older brothers. All we had when Dad passed, and I was 2 years old, was a Social Security check. That's why I'm passionate with Mr. Larson on preserving and protecting Social Security, and a military death benefit check to make ends meet. And what I was taught by the most influential person in my life, my mother, is that you could do one of two things. When the vicissitudes of life, I had to look that up, Mr. Larson, to be perfectly honest with you, threw that curveball to my mom. She said you could either roll over, give up, or you know what you could do? You could rise up. And the way you rise up is you work hard. You work hard. And you work harder than the person next door to you. And by working harder, it is amazing what opportunities will come to you. And through opportunities that are generally represented by a job, be it a manual labor job, which some of my siblings utilized, to me, who eventually got a law degree and now is a member of Congress. But with it came the lessons of life, the dignity of work, and the breaking of the poverty cycle that we were potentially looking at. And so, Mr. Ortiz, tell me the stories of the people you represent that have utilized that approach versus turning to what my colleagues hope is the answer: more government assistance, more government programs, but rather what I believe, as a proud Republican, is the true solution to this: a job.
Yes, Congressman, thank you. In talking to a lot of the folks out there, the small business owners in particular, that we advocate for, again, we don't advocate for just Republican small business owners. The combination of the 31 million small businesses that are out there, they're Democrats, Independents, Republicans. Like I said, they're black, white, green, blue, yellow. I mean, they don't really look at it from a race perspective. What they see is an opportunity, like I said, to have part of the American dream. I'm living that American dream, and I had exposure to a pretty rough background, a tough childhood. I remember days where my mom and I, on trash days, we would go around collecting aluminum cans and newspapers, around the neighborhood, and we cashed it into the YMCA, and that was our grocery money. I remember winning a $50 scratch and sniff at a Safeway grocery store down there, and you thought I'd win the Powerball. And this story is replicated millions of times over. And what I hear consistently, though, from every single one of those folks that have lived the story is only in this country does this happen. And it didn't happen to them because they got handouts. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, we started off with handouts. That's how we got through life as well. But again, my mom also believed that through hard work and grit and determination, right, that you can be anything you want to be in this country. And as it turns out, I think you can be.
And you're now testifying before Congress.
That's
to
exactly
advocate
right.
for that policy.
That's exactly right.
And what I would also look for, and I was looking for studies in here, and what I saw was a lot of studies that try to prove a negative, as opposed to studies that said, okay, if you have a job, what type of results does that have on your health, on your quality of life,
right,
on all those things that we're trying to fight against in agreement, Democrats and Republicans. We want the same outcome. We want people to survive. We want people to prosper. We want people to advance in their life. Are you aware of any studies or data that is out there that would show a connection between hard work, a job, and what that does to improve the quality of life and safety of people in those environments vis-a-vis those that do not have that opportunity, do not have a job, do not have access to that opportunity?
Well, Congressman, a little bit outside of my field of expertise, but I have seen those studies and happy to provide those to you afterwards, our team is. But I will tell you that the dignity of work, I believe I've read, has proven to really be a great opportunity, basically, to pull people out of this kind of spiral that you're in. I mean, again, if you look at my background just personally, that's what got me out to where I am right now, and the cycle was broken. But again, overall, when you look at the ability to, from a psychological standpoint, it does make a difference to have a job, to work hard. And frankly, what many folks that I speak to, what all they ask for is just give me a chance to make this business work.
With
Get
that-
get government out of our way and let us take the chance.
And that's where
Thank
agreement
you,
can be.
gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to inquire.
Thank you, and I appreciate, Mr. Reed, you sharing, again, some of the touching aspects of your history. Gives us a sense of who you are and how you got here. I think that is important. And I appreciate the focus on employment, because I think all of us would agree being able to make sure that people are able, have access to be able to earn the American dream. I am pleased to look at the job growth over this last year, the most increase in employment in American history. So I think we're moving in that direction, but we want to do more. I would like to just focus on one area, though, and follow up with our witness, Mr. Dawes, who really didn't have a chance to elaborate on a point that was in his testimony, because there are areas that have nothing to do with whether you have a job or not. It is the treatment, differential treatment, based on race. And Mr. Dawes, you talked about the differential treatment dealing with kidney disease. This committee cares deeply about that. We have almost 100 million Americans who suffer from some aspect of kidney disease. We spend $100 billion a year on it. We have 50 million people on dialysis. It's a debilitating condition. But there appears to be a situation where Black Americans are not being treated equitably by our healthcare system because of differential treatment based on race. Mr. Dawes, I thought that was very interesting that you raised this point, and I wondered if you could elaborate on it, because you were running out of time with your testimony, and I thought that was worthy of consideration by the committee.
Yes, thank you so much, Congressman. And you raise a very important issue when we talk about kidney disease. You know, there is this notion of eGFR calculations, right? And of course, I have colleagues that are more sophisticated and talk to this. But essentially, estimates are that 1 million African Americans may be treated earlier for kidney disease with the removal of that calculation that I just mentioned. And so what this means is that it makes it seem that African Americans' kidney function is better than it really is, which is an issue because we're not treating kidney disease in a timely fashion. So when we're treating African Americans for kidney failure, for instance, we're already behind the 8 ball because we're treating it based on an arbitrary number that was derived based on race and not biology. So that is certainly an issue that is worthy of the committee's attention, and I think would help to advance health equity for African Americans dealing with kidney disease.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this is just one more example that for me was very interesting in terms of what we're trying to focus on here, and I appreciate people on both sides of the dais who care about it. Kidney health is an area, is sort of an obsession of mine. I've been working with Mr. Smith on an opportunity for a pilot project where we could take the 8 to 12 hours a week that kidney patients are in dialysis, just sitting there being treated, and use that time with their captive to be able to meet other health care needs that they have and save them trips to the doctor, being able to integrate this. I think we've worked with Senator from Illinois, Indiana, Senator who used to be a member of this committee. Todd Young, yes, on that legislation.
I almost said Andy Jacobs.
And I hope that the committee will be able to spend a little time thinking about ways that we can capitalize on kidney health, being able to treat people earlier, deal with people who could benefit from transplantation, and help them with treatment so that the condition doesn't deteriorate to the point where they require dialysis. And this differential I thought was very telling, and I appreciate the committee hearing bringing this out.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
I thank the chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce an article from The Hill about an opportunity zone in San Antonio that is expected to bring over 2,000 additional jobs to Texas. There's also in my
ordered.
Just thank you. And there's also a location in Erie, Pennsylvania, downtown Erie with Perry Square, where a property that was in disrepair and nobody wanted to put any money into it because there's just no return on that investment. That's been transformed into a hub where there's hundreds and hundreds of jobs and people shopping there every day. And there's an old saying that no good deeds shall go unpunished, and I hear the talk back and forth that maybe Tax Cuts and Jobs Act wasn't that good. Well, I'll tell you who it was good for. Wages grew by 24% faster for Hispanics, 79% faster for blacks, and 95% faster for Asian Americans than during President Obama's second term. More than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty, dropping the poverty rate to 10.5%. And I just wanted to, as we go into this, I know Dr. Rojas, you spoke very clearly about this, and Mr. Ortiz, you spoke very clearly about this, but I'm sure every one of the panelists, and thank you for being here today, have a personal story, and it goes back to moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas, aunts and uncles. And what I'm trying to understand today, when we look at the surge at our borders, when we look at the number of people who have come to America, how were they so badly informed that this is a racist country? You should not go there because they're not going to help you if you're a person of color. You don't have a snowball's chance in hell of being successful or raising a family, of having a successful business or a successful life. I would submit to you that the biggest problem America has today is that we are no longer the United States of America. We are the divided states of America, and it is based on politics and not policy. Anytime I think of America, I don't think of a black America, a white America, a tan America, a yellow America, or a red America. I think of a red, white, and blue America. The only nation in the world where people will do anything to get here. They will go across oceans. They will do anything to get here. Why are they coming to America? There is a danger in our rhetoric sometime, and why do we do it to ourselves? We constantly downbeat who we are as Americans. I was growing up, I went to a movie in 1980, it was called The Jazz Singer. I want to read to you the lyrics by Neil Diamond. And I want you to think about this. Far, we've been traveling far, without a home, but not without a star. Free, we only want to be free. We huddle close and hang on to a dream. On the boats and on the planes, they're coming to America. Never looking back again, they're coming to America. Home, don't it seem so far away? We're traveling light today in the eye of the storm, in the eye of the storm. Home to a new and shiny place. Make our bed and we'll say our grace. Freedom's light is burning warm. Freedom's light is burning warm. Everywhere around the world, they're coming to America. Every time that flag's unfurled, they're coming to America. Got a dream to take them there? They're coming to America. Got a dream? They've come to share? They're coming to America. They're coming to America. They're coming to America. They're coming to America today, today, today. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty today. Of thee I sing. Of thee I sing. Today, today, today. I would hope that we take this hearing today, today, today to celebrate who we are as a nation. Not to tear ourselves down and say, oh yeah, that was okay for some people, but not for all people. There is no other place in the world where people of all colors can come and have a success. Are we perfect? No. But are we the perfect answer to the rest of the world today? Absolutely. Absolutely. I would just ask all of us to please think today, if you had a chance to take your husband or your wife or your kids and leave, where would you go? Where would you go where there's more equity? Where would you go where there's less discrimination? Where would you go that no matter what your gender, what your race, what your religion, you could practice it freely? And yet we come together to find out how America is failing. America is winning. It's winning every single day, and every single one of us in this room are an example. Look around this room and please see who's here. I would just ask all of you, let's look at the stars. Let's look at what's ahead for us and how better we can become as opposed to tearing ourselves apart. It makes absolutely no sense to do that. I will tell you what, my relatives and my folks came from Ireland. They came from Ireland because they were starving. They were starving. And you know what they found when they got to America? When they were looking for a job? Yours too. Irish need not apply. They didn't leave, and they didn't criticize America. They celebrated the fact that they're in the greatest land that God's ever created. So I want to thank you all for being here, and I know for some of you smile and say, oh yeah, he's trying to be clever. I'm not trying to be clever. I'm trying to be honest. And I'm telling you right now, being woke is one thing, but waking the hell up is much more important. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
The gentleman, let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, to inquire. Mr. Davis on?
Yes,
Mr.
thank you.
I was instructed you
Thank
were
you,
next.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Davis, would you inquire?
Yes. I would thank you, but I also want to thank all of the witnesses, and especially do I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Sewell, Horsford, and Gomez for their outstanding work. I want to thank the witnesses for your testimonies today. Our experiences here in the United States with slave labor and other forms of forced labor has demonstrated the profound and lasting scars those practices have left on economic, social, legal, and governmental institutions and practices. History makes clear that the notion that time will heal these wounds without empowerment of those who've been exploited and oppressed, from assessing equal rights, safety, and justice. Also to organize and build social and economic structures with the idea that they will bring about fairness and equality, of course, is naive at best. Equality means that each individual or group of people are given the same resources or opportunities, whereas equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances, and that the allocation of resources and opportunities must be appropriate and sufficient to reach an equal outcome. Mr. Dawes, I serve as chairman of the Subcommittee on Worker and Family Support. One of our most important responsibilities this year is to reauthorize the Maternal, Infant, and Early Childhood Home Visiting Program, which funds evidence-based home visiting in my congressional district and across the nation. I've seen in my own community how home visitors can empower Black women, young women, Latinx women, Asian women, all women in need of the assistance to get the prenatal and postnatal care they need. Could you talk a little bit about especially the importance of home visiting to help fight maternal mortality and morbidity?
Absolutely. Congressman Davis, first of all, thank you so much for the work you did back in 2000 that allowed us to study maternal and infant mortality issues. And now, very happy to discuss this vital program that you just discussed. You're absolutely right. This program does empower Black women to get the pre and the postnatal care that they need when they are faced with the barriers. But it does that for all women who are in need of this critical support, during a time when they sit on the downside of advantage, opportunity, and access. And this program has shown that its home visiting programs help expectant mother and their families meet basic healthcare and living standards, right? Giving them the life skills, the postpartum depression services that they need, income and so forth, that the larger healthcare system fails to provide. And so this is a critical piece of the puzzle in helping us to advance health equity for the minoritized and marginalized groups of women.
Thank you very much. Director Bissett, there are many programs within the jurisdiction of this committee that does not collect data that is disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and other demographic variables, which makes it difficult to get at the question of disparities. How important is it to collect this kind of data so we really know what's happening?
Representative Davis, thank you very much for that question. It's absolutely essential to disaggregate data by race and ethnicity and also by gender, because those are the differences that one sees in all sorts of outcomes: financial, economic, mental health, physical health, general well-being, life expectancy, et cetera. So it should be a standard operating procedure that when we are working, particularly at the federal government level, that we do collect data by those kinds of disaggregations.
Thank you both very much. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. So we're going to go now to Mr. Smith, and then we're going to proceed to 2-1, which is within the precedent that has been established by the committee. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Brady. When I first heard the title of this hearing, Overcoming Racism to Advance Economic Opportunity, I was confused. It's not often a majority party holds a hearing to discuss how the policies have failed. Of course, I quickly realized that wasn't the intent, even if it is the truth. But since his swearing in, President Biden's policies, they've plagued our country with crisis after crisis. There is the inflation crisis, which is causing the price of necessities to soar. Then there's the energy crisis, hurting good American jobs and shrinking paychecks each month as the price of gas continues to skyrocket. Or take the lockdowns and the vaccine mandates. Democrats from the president on down seem to love. These policies, they have certainly had an impact on minorities. Take, for example, Washington, D.C. As of this March, only 48% of Black residents are fully vaccinated. And this is after a citywide vaccine mandate had been in effect. Just a few short weeks ago, you could not walk into a restaurant, a barbershop, or any other small business, either as an employee or a patron, without showing your vaccine card. There is no doubt this policy was harmful. It was harmful to minority communities. I see a common theme here. Under complete Democrat control, taxes have increased, prices have gone up, and opportunities are fewer and fewer. As a result, we see that minority communities across America are some of the hardest hit. In the Boot Hill of Missouri, Pemiscot, Dunklin, New Madrid, and Mississippi counties, I represent historically Black communities. And when I visit, you know what issues I hear about over and over again? How small businesses, how they're struggling to find workers because they can't compete with government handouts, and how families are struggling to make ends meet. My Democrat colleagues who called for this hearing are talking out of both sides of their mouth. President Biden's budget released last week included 36 different tax increases on families and small businesses totaling $2.5 trillion over the next decade. These tax increases, they won't fall on big businesses. Instead, they will be passed down to consumers by way of higher prices. What Americans need now more than ever is certainty. We need to make tax reform permanent. We need an administration that is actively working to advance a pro-worker, pro-job trade agenda that benefits the American people. We need to remove barriers for work, and we need to rein in all of this reckless spending that is driving prices higher and higher. All Americans were lifted by the policies of our Republican majorities and President Trump. Take USMCA. Thanks to an approach solidly centered on benefiting U.S. workers, USMCA was found to be better for employment, wages, and GDP in comparison to that of NAFTA. Or we can look at the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. TCJA provided the largest reduction in taxes for the lowest income Americans, 10% to be exact. And before my Democrat colleagues get ahead of me, the top 1% only received a tax cut of 1.5%. TCJA also resulted in the lowest unemployment rates ever recorded for women, people of color, and workers without a high school degree. And to top it all off, wages grew and over 6 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. So Mr. Ortiz, in your experience, would you say that minority communities are better off now under complete Democrat control, or were they better off under the economic policies of President Trump and congressional Republicans?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. I would say that under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act and under the Trump administration, minorities and small businesses, frankly, saw the best years that they've seen so far. I know right now what I'm hearing is that they're struggling. They're struggling with inflation. They're struggling with labor. They're struggling with supply chain issues, and they're very concerned. And as I mentioned before, 2/3 of new job growth is in the hands of small businesses. And when these small businesses don't have a good feeling about the future, they cut back. They cut back on their spending in terms of the number of folks that they're going to hire, the wages that they're going to increase. Right now, I've heard the Democrats in this room talk about wages going up. Unfortunately, inflation is actually outpacing that and outstripping that wage increase. So right now, they're actually seeing a deficit or a negative impact on wages. And so we need to address issues that are impacting these small business owners and, frankly, the minority community. Again, when I talk about small businesses are the glue that hold the communities together. And when these small businesses start failing or start feeling uncomfortable or uncertain about their future, they start cutting back, and they start cutting back on the support of their community. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, to inquire. Would you unmute, Mr. Pascrell? To you, Mr. Pascrell. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our witnesses and co-chairs and staff of the committee's Racial Equality Initiative. This is the first time in the committee's history that we hold a hearing to examine the role of racism across federal policy and programs. And I want to urge my colleagues to assess the indisputable facts that are before us, because by accepting the reality, that's how we can work together to expand economic opportunities so that all Americans have a fair shot. We're not trying to divide this country. We're simply trying to show that the conscious policy decisions that we make have consequences. And sometimes those consequences are not good. And that doesn't mean we don't love this country. It means we want to make it better. We want to do better. We want to make sure that everybody succeeds in this country. The COVID-19 pandemic brought very deeply rooted inequities in our healthcare system and economy to the forefront. Data shows that Black, Latino, and Asian American and Pacific Islander communities experienced higher rates of job losses, COVID-19 infections and deaths, and less access to economic supports. As the daughter of hardworking immigrant parents from Mexico, I know immigrant communities carry a very strong sense of pride in the sweat of their labor. But despite that ethic, statistics shows that they aren't getting back what they are putting in. For example, Latinos make up more than a quarter of the workforce in California. And despite gains into higher paying jobs over the past decade, Latino workers remain overrepresented in low wage occupations. They work in childcare and home care jobs and without basic protections and benefits. So when family needs arise, Latino workers, Black workers, Native American and Pacific Island Islander workers all are more likely to be unable to take time off compared to their white counterparts. Without things like paid leave, fair wages, access to health insurance, and retirement benefits, they lack the economic security and ability to build wealth over time that so many other workers take for granted and don't even realize is a problem for other workers. And I just want to add too, because I've heard a lot about small businesses and I do everything I can to try to support small business, but not every person that comes to this, that works in this country wants to be a franchisee or own their own business. So to just focus on that as the best way to reduce income gaps is just, quite frankly, a one-size-fits-all approach that doesn't even address the much larger group of wage workers. And now I want to talk about the tax burden. Tax obligations apply equally to all workers, regardless of immigration status, but undocumented workers do not benefit from the programs that they pay into. Yes, they pay into those programs. So Mr. Kelly's lyrics of Neil Diamond songs are touching, but the fact is that we policymakers treat immigrant workers vastly different, and they're discriminated against in the kinds of economic supports that they can receive. The economic reality that is caused by these policy choices influences their access to resources that in turn affect their health outcomes. And as our nation grows more and more diverse, we have an opportunity to grow our economy for everyone, not just for some workers, but for every worker, so that we don't leave certain groups of workers behind. But in order to do that, we have to acknowledge first that the playing field isn't level for those who've been historically excluded from federal programs and resources. Mr. Dawes, the Affordable Care Act, which you helped craft, expanded access to affordable quality health coverage. And while significant progress has been made, Latinos still have one of the highest uninsured rates in the country. About 1 in every 5 Latinos remains uninsured today. Why has the Latino uninsured rate remained one of the highest in the nation? And what would be the impacts if we could extend health insurance coverage to those that are currently excluded?
Well, thank you so much, Congresswoman Sanchez, to you and your colleagues for your leadership in advancing the 62 health equity focus provisions of the Affordable Care Act. And I know through your efforts, we have seen the uninsurance rate decrease significantly among all racial groups, including Latinos. In fact, prior to 2017, the uninsurance rate for all groups had reached a historic low of 8.6% before it started creeping up over the last few years. And we know that there were efforts to prevent navigators or promotoras from receiving continued funding to educate the Latino community of the opportunities for health insurance coverage. There were efforts to prevent many of the 62 health equity focus provisions from receiving funding and being implemented, which could have significantly helped to ensure even lower uninsurance rates among Latinos. And in addition to that, working with our partners Unidos US and LULAC, it's become clear that many Latinos were mistrustful of the previous administration and refused to sign up for health insurance coverage. And let me quickly add that a significant number of Latinos live in the 12 states that have and still not expanded Medicaid, including Texas, which has the highest rates of uninsured Latinos in the country. And I think that those states that expanded Medicaid, from what you heard, actually saw increased life expectancies, including improvement for infant mortality, greater access to care for people with diabetes, and so forth.
Thank the gentleman. Let me go back to Mr. Pasquale, see if that technology has been
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Always.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I thought we were talking about equal opportunity today. I've heard some speeches. If I have more opportunity tomorrow because of what the United States Congress does, that doesn't mean anyone has less opportunity. And that is the perception being created on the other side. So we get one against the other. This is typical. If you can't get that, then adjourn. So for too long, the programs our constituents rely on allowed racial inequities to further divide Americans. Disparities in economic and health outcomes continue to fester, badly marginalizing communities of color. The last 2 years of the pandemic shined a bright light on the barriers to health and economic security for millions of Americans. In our committee, we examined the grave toll of the pandemic on workers and families. You crafted policies to expand paid leave, provide more resources for childcare, access, and affordability. These were all, I guess, giveaways to listen to the other side, some on the other side. And we tried to improve health insurance coverage across the board. So as we continue our work on these policies, it is absolutely critical that we do so with a lens towards true equity. And I have a question for Mrs. Chamorro. Your testimony described how the Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander American women are overrepresented in frontline sectors of the low-wage workforce. Child care is essential to a functioning economy. The pandemic exacerbated the existing child care workforce shortage. Despite this urgent and national spotlight, child care workers are still underpaid. Nearly all child care workers are women, and the majority are women of color. Can you elaborate on the challenges the women you represent face when accessing child care or working in child care?
Thank you for the question. Yes, as you mentioned, overwhelmingly, the women that work in childcare are women of color. And, as a mother, I remember forking over a lot of money to pay for childcare, yet knowing that many that provide childcare are barely able to meet ends meet. And I think that's something that this committee is trying to address, and I believe is really vital for for women of color especially, to be able to fully participate in the economy. During the pandemic, and even now, as most of us are getting back to life, one of the things I'm very cognizant of is my fellow working moms who have children who are yet to be vaccinated. They're too young to be vaccinated, and so they live with this constant interruption of their workday or work week because the childcare center shuts down, because they can't have reliable childcare if there's an outbreak or the such. And so, and when that happens, the women who work at the childcare center are also out of work for time being, and many of them don't get paid sick leave. And so it's a compounding set of issues that really create a situation where both working moms, especially, and working moms of color who, again, many are dropping their children off to go to their jobs that don't provide paid leave, right? So they have to have reliable childcare, yet aren't able to. It creates this vicious cycle where many women of color are stuck because they have to choose between being a parent and being able to show up to work.
Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I'd like to say this. For the record, the assistance to restaurants, the assistance to airlines, small business, childcare, get people to work, but you have to have somebody watch their children. These are not handouts. They are not handouts. These are the opportunity of government to help us. And we are the government in the United States. We are not Russia. We are not China. This is what I'm proud of. And I'm not looking for another place to go to. I'm happy in the United States of America, the greatest country in the world. To listen to these guys talk, you would think that we were getting foreign aid. Learn the Constitution for a change, will you?
Thank the gentleman. I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, is recognized to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As to my friend, Mr. Pasquale, I don't care whether you call it handouts or you call it government programs or what you call it. I've said many times, and I believe in my core, that if you rely on the government to take care of you, you will always live in poverty. When I ran for Congress initially, I told people my three top priorities were jobs, jobs, and jobs. And I got to tell you what I perceive as the result of liberal policies versus conservative policies, and the thing that I'm the most proud of. I represent 8 counties in South Carolina. but I represent 3 of the poorest 7 counties. I represent Marion County, which is 57% African American. I represent Dillon County, which is 49% African American. I represent Marlboro County, which is 51% African American. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that in my lifetime there wasn't racism. Of course there was, but you know, the Jim Crow laws ended 60 years ago. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there's been no residual effect, but we're doing everything we can to make sure that those things are, everybody's treated fairly. But we have to move forward. And as Mr. Kelly so aptly pointed out, I mean, people continue to flood here because they know for a fact that this place is not systemically racist. It is the best country on earth. But when I took office in 2013, after 5 years after the Great Recession, 4 years of Democrat leadership, Marion County, South Carolina, poorest county in the state, 57% African American, the unemployment rate was 16.3%. This is a different, I'm reading off of something else. 2 years after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, 3 years in President Trump's presidency, the unemployment rate in Marion County was 3.4%. It had dropped by over 75%. Marion County went from, Marlboro County, 51% African American, dropped from 16.8% unemployment to 3.9%, 75% drop. Dillon County, 49% African American, dropped from 14.3% unemployment to 3.4% unemployment. And even after the pandemic, up till 3 months ago, Marion County is still at 5.9, too high, but a third of what it was before these Republican policies were implemented. Now I want to look at median household income in these counties. Again, Marion County, poorest county in the state. In 2016, the median household income in Marion County was $31,556, 57% African American. In 2020, the median household income was $38,000, a 22% increase. 22%. Because of these terrible Republican policies. Marlboro County, it increased by 18%. Dillon County increased by 29%. 29% in 3 years because of pro-growth, America First policies that made our country competitive in the world. This is how real minorities are affected. In South Carolina, at least, the poorest of the poor. Let's go to the poverty slides. Because, you know, 2 years after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, poverty in this country hit the lowest ever recorded. And yet we still bemoan somehow that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only benefits the rich. Marion County poverty was down 13.5%, Marlboro County down 7.5%, and Dillon County down 13.3%. I call that a magnificent win for the people who need it the most. Now I want to give you a warning real quickly. The Biden administration is failing on every front, and their failures attack the people that were benefited by these policies, the people that need it the most. Energy policy, their energy policy has resulted in a doubling of the price of fuel. That is a regressive tax. The American Rescue Plan, which we all warned would be inflationary, has proved exactly as we warned it to be, and inflation is a regressive tax. It hits the poorest the hardest. And finally, the open border policies. The endless flow of illegal immigrants, illegal aliens into our country that work for nothing. They work in the shadows and they work for nothing. And who do they compete with? They compete with the poorest of the poor for jobs. And my friends on the other side of the aisle, they want open borders, but yet they complain about income disparity. They say, oh my goodness, the people at the top, their incomes are rising, but the people at the bottom, their incomes aren't. Well, when we had these Republican policies in place, including strong borders, look what happened to their income. And now, my friends on the other side of the aisle want to undo all that. And they want this endless flow of illegal immigrants to compete with the poorest of the poor, and guess what happens? That supply of labor will drive down wages for people on the bottom end of the income ladder. My constituents in Marion and Dillon and Marlboro County We cannot reverse the President Trump's open border border control policies. We cannot open our borders. If we do, we don't have a country, and we will hurt the poorest of the poor, the very people that you say you represent. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, COVID over the past 24 months revealed a lot of things about the American economy and American society, including its fragility. Black mortality was 3.5 times that of white mortality. A multiplier of 3.5 is a national disgrace. COVID, the virus, knows no race or nationality. The New England Journal of Medicine indicated that African Americans are no more susceptible or predisposed to infections and are no more fragile once infected than anybody else. No genetic differential exists between blacks and whites. The sad reality is that in the United States, the disparities, for example, where people live, reflects a historical injustice. COVID-19 killing of African Americans was at a much greater rate than any other group. In parts of the South, Louisiana, for example, African Americans are 33% of the population, represented 70% of the deaths. In Alabama, African Americans represented 26% of the population, 44% of the deaths. The patterns exist in Chicago and Milwaukee and places like Buffalo as well, because these are national trends. COVID disproportionately is killing African Americans. And unfortunately, the COVID disease, as it relates to this community, is not an outlier. It's a continuing trend. If you look at chronic diseases, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, all of these diseases hit disproportionately hard on African Americans. Race still shapes personhood, and race answers the question of who will live in crowded, segregated neighborhoods in this nation, who will be exposed to poisoned lead pipes and toxic waste, who will live in neighborhoods that have no quality broadband, who will live with polluted air and suffer disproportionately from asthma and heart disease. You can't dispute these facts. And just because it's a new challenge that produces the same result, people in minority communities have been hurt by the historical decisions that have made over many, many decades. Now, there was a provision in the infrastructure bill as proposed by the president, $20 billion, to remove expressways that decimated communities in Buffalo, Boston, and everywhere else in this country, because communities of color were chosen to be the escape routes of wealth moving from the urban areas to the suburbs. But these expressways hurt these communities tremendously by decimating parkways and parks and denying African Americans the healing power of parks and parkways. So let me just shift to trade policy and American workers. Dr. Rojas, this week the United States International Trade Commission is holding their first academic symposium as part of a historic study to understand the impacts of trade policy on American workers and on underserved communities and people of color in particular. It has taken a long time for us to take a look at racial impacts of economic policy. Can you please share with us why it is important that we understand these issues now?
Thank you so much for the question. I think this is the critical moment to reflect on these issues for a couple of reasons. One, the framing of a zero-sum game it's clear and it's rife in this conversation today. Either we love America wholeheartedly or we hate it. Either we have strong and thriving businesses or we have poor workers. I think in this context, the thing that feels most important to me is to be able to understand the impact of our trade and economic policy on everyday working people, regardless of race. So regardless of race in this country, if you are a minimum wage worker that works 40 hours a week, you cannot afford to rent an apartment in the city that you live in. If you are a minimum wage worker in this country, regardless of race, you do not have $1,000 in your savings account in case of an unexpected expense. Your kid gets sick, your car breaks down. That is the context in which working people are trying to make ends meet. They aren't engaging in like a polemic fight about whether or not they are deserving of our best whether they are deserving of our care, whether they are deserving of the key policies that will make their lives better. They're trying to make ends meet, and I think it's incumbent on a body like this to put at the forefront their needs in the form of policy response.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I am so excited that our Republican colleagues want to join us in the Racial Equity Initiative, and I look forward to our collaboration. This task force was publicly announced in March of 2021 and have met regularly for the past year and a half. We've released 2 public documents examining the issues and recommendations of racial equity in healthcare, tax, trade, Social Security, infrastructure, and the environment. And we were told that the minority did not choose to participate. But you know, it's never too late to do what is right. And we look forward to working with our Republican colleagues on behalf of all Americans having better economic opportunities. We welcome and look forward to that effort. Mr. Chairman, as co-chair of the committee's Racial Equity Initiative, you charged us to explore our federal policies and through the perspective of race, create public policy that will provide for a fairer, more equitable, and inclusive for all Americans. I have been especially focused on 2 areas, finding solutions that address health disparities and addressing the wealth gap. As to the latter, an examination of our tax code shows the impact that our tax provisions have on further exacerbating the wealth gap. While the tax code never mentions the word race, the policies that we have promulgated in this committee over the years have specific provisions that perpetuate and further increase the wealth gap for communities of color. Our tax policies were used, as always, to incentivize the behavior that we want to see. Through lighter taxation of income derived from wealth versus labor, the federal tax code amplifies racial equity and inequalities. Lower rates on capital gains, deferred taxes on unrealized gains, and stepped-up basis upon inheritance all provide tremendous financial benefit to overwhelmingly white populations. Black households are less likely than white households to receive tax-free gifts or inheritance, to own financial assets that generate tax-advantaged capital markets or capital gains, or to generate capital gains at the same rate as white households. And when we revise the estate tax provisions to double the amount of generational wealth that can be passed down tax-free to heirs, as we did in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017, we only further widen the wealth gap disproportionately affecting taxpayers of color. I believe one way we can make the tax code more equitable and fair is to be just as intentional in expanding wealth of people of color by expanding the Earned Income Tax Credit and making the Child Tax Credit fully refundable, which would disproportionately benefit taxpayers of color. Before the American Rescue Plan did just that, roughly half of the Black and Latino children did not receive the Child Tax Credit because their families did not make enough money to qualify for the full tax credit. The American Rescue Plan did expand the 2021 Earned Income Tax for childless workers and included 1.5 million Latinos and 1 million Blacks and 250,000 Asians. For the record, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit those 2 public documents that show the recommendations of the Racial Equity Initiative right now. You know, in closing, I just want to say that I'm so excited, Mr. Chairman, that you have this historic hearing and that our Republican colleagues want to join us in this effort. Too often, people look at people's destination and not their journey. I grew up in rural Alabama, Selma, Alabama, in fact, and because of the great opportunities in this country, I was able to lift myself and my family out of poverty. But let me just say that opportunity without resources to take full advantage of those opportunities is a missed opportunity. What we on this committee have the opportunity to do right now, this year, by our cooperation, working together, is truly make the America that we all want and strive it to be, to actually make it so for all Americans. You know, people look at me and they see me as a member of Congress. They don't know that I got a great opportunity to attend an Ivy League institution, but that Ivy League institution gave me the resources to catch up. They may have given me the opportunity, but the grade that I received was all on me. All I'm asking, I think all of us are asking, is that we make sure that the best players are on the field on Team America. And we cannot afford to sideline anyone in that endeavor. I look forward to our continued work on Racial Equity Initiative. I thank our panelists today for your input, and do know that we are building an America for all Americans. Thanks.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sort of a question for everyone that's here. What makes poor people poor? For the last couple of years, when we have bandwidth, I'm the senior Republican on Joint Economic. So I have a handful of very smart, freakishly smart young people, and we've been trying to understand what actually makes people poor. And the political folklore that we exist in here doesn't actually match up with the math. And look, I'll walk you through, and the math is really hard. We're not there yet, but we're trying to understand it. We've been taking populations like my tribal populations in Arizona, urban populations, rural poor, and try to say, if we would take maybe the neighboring suburb and use that as just a baseline and adjust to it. And we've done things like, well, what would happen if we adjusted diabetes and renal failure? Because obviously those two are very closely tied to each other. And took that up. And turns out health actually moved the number more than anything. And then we looked at education, and it moved it up, and then transportation, other things. If this body actually, truly cared about these inequities and actually cared about math, because at some point the math will always win. That may not help us as much politically in our storytelling, but the math is the math. Cure diabetes. We of all the things we tested, Mr. Chairman, diabetes moved the number the most. And I represent the population with the second highest percentage of diabetics in the world. I mean, come to my community, I'll take you out to my tribal community, and I can introduce you to family members where mom has had her feet cut off. And so the rest of the family isn't going to work. And I keep pitching my brothers and sisters here saying, there's a remarkable breakthrough. We're very close. We think we know how to cure type 1, which would actually have aspects of type 2, but are we willing to take on nutrition support? Could we deal with the heresy of saying, maybe the way we do it isn't actually making our brothers and sisters healthy, and therefore we're doing damage to the families and the economics and the prosperity? And then the other thing I need to walk us through, and this is a little uncomfortable because I'm going to hit the last 14 months of unified Democrat control. But you do realize the last 14 months of this place being under Democrat control has made the poor poorer, fairly substantially. And I'm going to drop off a couple articles, but the fact what we did inflation-wise, I'd like to submit for the record.
So ordered.
Article basically says, when you look at the numbers in it, we're kicking the poor in the head by inflation.
The other one, it's a decade-old article, but it has some really interesting math in it, and it's one we don't talk about, is when you have the working poor who substantially, if you look at the profile, didn't graduate high school. They sell their skill, they sell their willingness to work. And then you flood the society with open borders. This paper, 10 years old, but actually walks through a whole matrix of the math. We're making our brothers and sisters in the working poor population poor by the current border policies. It's not compassionate. What we are allowing to happen, what the left did 1 year ago with when Larry Summers is begging of you, don't do it. You're going to set off inflation. And now the model is saying recession by the end of this year. And the model is also saying we may now have increased inflation for the next decade. The economic violence that good politics but bad economics we've done to our brothers and sisters who are of poverty. It's been pretty cruel. So I have those articles for the record, and with that, I yield back, Mr.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize a gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Del Bene, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this incredibly important hearing, and I want to thank Representative Sewell, Gomez, and Horsford for all of their work, and thank all of our witnesses for being with us today. Last year, we secured a historic win for American families with the expansion of the child tax credit. The American Rescue Plan included monthly payments of up to $300 per child for eligible families and made the credit fully refundable, ensuring its access to families who need it the most. From July to December, the expanded child tax credit kept approximately 3.7 million children out of poverty and reached over 61 million children. Unfortunately, when the credit expired at the end of 2021, we've seen those 3.7 million children falling again into poverty. Ms. Choi-Morrow, can you share what the impact of the expanded child tax credit and refundability has had on Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander households or other households of color?
Thank you for the question. So I just want to note that most Asian Americans and many of the other communities of color live in high-cost urban cities and paying exorbitant childcare costs. I will tell you that when my daughter was, in preschool and childcare, we were paying more in childcare than we were in rent. And that is the story of many Asian American Pacific Islanders as well as other families of color. And so any support we can give them, whether it's through the child tax credit or other forms of relief, is really important for these families. So if you look at, San Francisco has one of the highest density of Asian Americans and Asian American families. Their average rent is about $4,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment. Now you couple that with one child who's in preschool at a rate of $3,000 to $4,000 a month. That's $8,000 a month out the door in childcare and rent before anything else. I mean, that is, you've got to be making a significantly high income to afford that. And so I know that with the child tax credit that expired, many folks were able to put food on the table, were able to buy their children new shoes for school. I mean, things that now they're being squeezed and are not able to do, they were able to do. And the expanded child tax credit provided thousands of dollars to low-income and working family, and this was a much-needed lifeline during a very difficult time. And frankly, I would argue that some of these conditions haven't really changed much, and they are now having to fork over more money for basic necessities just to be able to work.
We know children don't grow up in 1 year alone, and so that investment is incredibly important to help permanently lift children out of poverty. Thank you. Mr. Dawes, we know that value-based care, if done correctly, can help us see significant improvements in quality. Recently, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation has pledged to make health equity a key tenet to their population health models. I wondered if you could share your thoughts on how the current fee-for-service system isn't aligned to address social determinants of health, and how primary care anchored population health models like accountable care organizations, can address social determinants of health, health quality, and health equity?
Well, thank you so much, Congresswoman, for that very thoughtful question. And I'll just start by saying that Dr. Jack Westphal at the American Academy of Family Physicians has stated that this is one of the biggest frustrations for family doctors. And I believe this has been one of the most challenging issues for CMS, which has largely ignored the importance of addressing the intersection of equity, quality, and value. You know, I think that what we need to employ moving forward with CMS and with these models is a health equity in all policies approach. And that should be applied, I think, across the board, right? In all of these population health models, we have basically only gotten 2 projects and programs from CMS to look at this critical issue. And we just keep going after the lowest hanging fruit. So I think we need to look more upstream, you know, to develop the impactful and sustainable opportunities for these physicians, for these clinicians, nurse practitioners, and so forth, who want to get involved in these population health models and want to address these social determinants of health in a more meaningful manner. Because it's not enough to just incorporate these factors in their EHRs. They need to have an answer for their patients afterwards. How do they address those issues and help their patients address those issues?
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, to inquire.
Ms. Chamorro, thank you for joining us today and for providing your perspective how racism in our economy can impact the Asian American Pacific Islander community. And in fact, you note in your testimony that there is a danger to the model minority myth, which says that all Asians are high achieving and successful doctors, lawyers, or scientists, because it masks real inequities in our communities. And you shared some alarming true statistics on long-term unemployment rates for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander women. You note that in 2020, API women experienced the highest rate of long-term unemployment of any racial or ethnic group in the US, with almost half experiencing job losses for more than 6 months. Can you share more on who these women are? Where do they work? What led to these astronomical unemployment rates?
Thank you, Congresswoman Chu, for your question. So while we make up only 2.9% of overall workforce, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander women make up 3.8% of frontline workforce. So this is your, you know, when you think about your day-to-day even, right? Like when you go out to eat at an ethnic restaurant, it is the Korean American restaurant worker who's serving you food. It's the Vietnamese American nail technicians who had to leave their job. And even prior to, you know, the mandates and the shutdowns, many Asian Americans had chosen to take precaution because they took the virus seriously, right? Or were impacted by racism directed at businesses in places like the various Chinatowns across the country. And so many of these women have been out of work longest because they were the most directly impacted by both having to work frontline jobs where they increase the chances of them facing racism and racial harassment, as well as the mandates that, you know, required them to, the various sectors of the work they worked in to shut down.
And one sector where Asian American women are overrepresented is the domestic workforce, which we know has lower pay. Can you explain why this is the case and what is their work conditions and compensation for their work? What does something like lack of access to paid family leave, something which I've championed in this committee, mean for these domestic workers?
91.5% of domestic workers are women, mostly immigrant and women of color, and more specifically, Hispanic and Black women. Nonetheless, AAPI women are also overrepresented in domestic work at 5.5% of domestic workers being AAPI women versus the 3.2% of us being in the overall workforce. Domestic workers are 3 times likely to live in poverty as other workers. There's also very little workplace standards around minimum wage, overtime pay, protections against sexual harassment, and the workplaces are rarely these workplaces rarely extend these standards to domestic workers, if at all. Most of these workers don't get paid time off. And as you can imagine, most domestic workers are working in homes of elderly or families taking care of people, and the struggles of the domestic workers are largely out of the public spotlight.
And can you say a few words about how lack of access to health insurance for frontline workers, including immigrant communities, has impacted their health outcomes? For example, we know that Filipino nurses are just 4% of the total U.S. nursing workforce, but they count for nearly 1/3 of the registered nurses who died from COVID.
Thank you for mentioning the statistic. When I read that, I was really overwhelmed by it, and it really goes to show the overrepresentation of Asian Americans, especially Asian American women workers in the frontline workforce. And I have to say that in my experience in volunteering to translate for community members even, undocumented immigrants did not get COVID tests earlier on because they didn't have insurance and didn't know what the cost would be to pay for these tests that now are free. But back when we first, entered this pandemic, we didn't know about. Approximately 5 million essential and frontline workers rely on Medicaid, and since they're rarely offered job-based coverage, are often cannot afford insurance premiums. But for the immigrant community, even Medicaid is out of reach, right? And even for those who have Medicaid, abortion access is out of reach because of the Hyde Amendment. And so I want to thank you, Congresswoman Chu, for your leadership to ensure that there will be abortion access for all through the support of Women's Health Protection Act, as well as equal access to abortion coverage and health insurance.
Thank the gentlelady. With that, let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, to inquire.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We are eager to uplift working families, expand economic opportunity, and promote human flourishing. And we are more than willing to work with Democrats in this mission. In outlining legislative recommendations for this hearing, committee Democrats have set out to, quote, do more to ensure that everyone who wants to work has the opportunity to do so. Our side shares that goal. We care about our fellow Americans. We want everybody to grow and prosper. But the big government, the big spending policy proposals Democrats have embraced as part of their racial equity initiative are woefully misguided, and they'd make the problems under discussion even worse. Democrats seek to send never-ending government checks to 5 million households with children where no parent is working, creating yet another barrier to work and turning the already dysfunctional IRS into America's top welfare agency. A University of Chicago study found that Democrats' proposed child tax credit expansion would lead 1.5 million workers to leave the labor force. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this study titled The Anti-Poverty Targeting and Labor Supply Effects of the Proposed Child Tax Credit Expansion for the record.
So ordered.
Meanwhile, there are 11 million job openings. For every 100 job openings, there are 67 jobless workers. We've seen that paying people not to work can lead to trapping workers on the sidelines. A study by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that states ending generous pandemic unemployment benefits early last year experienced a 14 percentage point increase in the flow from unemployment to employment in July and August compared to states that did not. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter for the record this study titled. Thank you. The bottom line is that the policies embraced by Democrats in the name of economic equality in reality keep people on the sidelines. These good intentions come at a high cost. Their approach dismisses the vital human potential that drives innovation and creativity in our economy. As we've seen both here and the Democrats' war on work is devastating Main Street. Republican principles for lifting families out of poverty are exactly the opposite. No number of government checks can address the underlying challenges families face that hold them back from working towards success and economic independence. Republican solutions, such as those included in the Jobs for Success Act, focus on modern approaches like investing in marginalized workers, promoting case management, and developing the workforce, linking federal benefits to the pursuit of work and the skills that lead to a successful livelihood. Our goal should be to ensure that all Americans have a chance to pursue success through the dignity of work. Bipartisan solutions that embrace and nurture human potential are the best way to improve the lives of Americans. Let's work together to solve these challenges. My question, Mr. Ortiz, I really want to thank you for your testimony and story. You're proof of the American dream, that the dream will never die. I also thought you had a great line in the written testimony where you said the best antidote to the remaining vestiges of racism is the free market system that rewards entrepreneurs of all backgrounds. Can you explain on how about that line a little bit, and explain to us how free enterprise system rewards individuals regardless of their race?
Yes, Congresswoman, thank you for the question. At least, me personally, it is something that has been incredible. I had the opportunity to have two businesses myself, and my story is repeated millions of times over. And the idea of small business, and I know Congresswoman Sanchez mentioned this being as a one-size-fits-all. The reason I talk a lot about small business and minorities and their ability to actually have a small business to tackle kind of income inequality is because when you look at job growth, again, 2/3 of new job growth is in the hands of small businesses. And what the Tax Cut and Jobs Act actually did was to make it easier for small businesses to succeed by taking their tax rates down and by also applying a 20% deduction to their purchases of hard assets. This was true, real change for these small businesses. And again, these small businesses, you look at the percentage of minorities that own these small businesses. That is why minorities in many communities across the country succeeded. There was a lot of conversation, Congresswoman, about the 6.9 million folks that were pulled out of poverty. When you look at the Congressional Budget Office report, when there was a lot of discussion a couple of years ago on the $15 minimum wage, I believe the Congressional Budget Office report itself said that their estimate of raising minimum wage to a $15 minimum wage over a 3-year period was only going to be about 900,000 people. So my question, I guess, would be, why don't we just do more of the same that we know works?
And can I ask you just really briefly, can you talk about your members and what they're seeing and some of the causes and consequences of this worker shortage?
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned, bad government policy is what our biggest concern is really, probably the lead cause of what we're talking about, this income inequality amongst minorities. Inflation is a regressive tax, period. When you look at the impact that bad domestic policy in terms of our energy policy has had on this country, it's clear. The reason why we're paying almost $5, $6 a gallon for gas is one of the biggest drivers of the negative impact on minorities.
Thank the gentleman. Let me
Thank the gentle lady as well.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me and for prioritizing this issue for this committee. This is a very important subject, and I thank you as the chairman of the committee and those members who have contributed so greatly, as well as our staff, in pulling together a really important set of information that will guide these conversations going forward. This subject is a matter that I've spent a lot of my life's work on in my own public service at the local level. Too often, we've seen that government policy helps those already at the top, high-income earners. Government policy, bad policy, can often favor large corporations or already successful and growing communities. Conversely, bad public policy can leave other communities and other people behind, often marginal communities, often majority-minority communities with large black and brown populations. Not only is the result of those sorts of policies morally wrong, it's just bad economic policy. We have to reshape our policies, and we can do better. We have to help all communities and all populations, and that's why I think this conversation is so important. But I look at my own district with a very strong manufacturing and union history, where we really built a middle class, but due to bad policy, unfair trade policies, for example, like NAFTA, we saw a sharp decline in manufacturing jobs over the last several decades. We've seen manufacturing plants and jobs moving to other places. But what happens to those communities and the people left behind when those jobs leave? Those workers are displaced. And for those that have the means and the willingness to move, they can often find new opportunities or pursue other work. But for those who can't, who are least able, they're sort of stuck. And the racial wealth gap only compounds these inequities. According to the Federal Reserve, white families have 8 times the wealth as black families, meaning they're disproportionately hurt when those plants close, when those jobs are lost. Oftentimes, black and brown families are the ones left behind in communities that continue to suffer from job loss, experience blight in their neighborhoods, abandoned buildings, strained local governments that can't provide even the most basic public services. It becomes very difficult to reinvest, to attract investment back to those places because of the conditions I just described. So, Dr. Rojas, I wonder, and I listened in your opening testimony, you made reference to one of my favorite subjects, trade adjustment assistance, which is a way to highly target tools for skill development and reinvestment in those places. And I wonder if you might just offer some more of your thoughts on what we can be doing to address concentrated poverty in these left-behind, trade-impacted communities in particular.
Thank you so much for your question, Congressman. So I feel like the last 2 years have really made visible something that many of us have long known, which is our economy has failed millions of people, and it's especially failed people of color. If you look at any indicator, from wages to wealth, people of color have been left behind. We've spent an inordinate amount of time talking about businesses in this panel, in this conversation. And I just want to say, post-COVID, 41% of Black-owned businesses have not rebounded, and whilst only 17% of white-owned businesses have rebounded. Less than half of the companies owned by Black people get the appropriate financing that they need. So we have sort of an economic context in which I think many people would want to place the burden on individuals, when reality it's corporate leaders, it's banking leaders, it's political leaders who have not had the will to actually look at the truth about how the set of policies that they are advancing are impacting people of color disproportionately negatively. With trade adjustment, one of the things that I think is really exciting at this moment has been sort of the rise and the emergence of unionization. To see people from Amazon warehouse workers to Starbucks baristas coming together to fight for collective bargaining in the workplace, setting an unprecedented agenda for how we raise wages, for how we increase benefits, how we expand opportunity for all workers, and again, overwhelmingly for workers of color who are concentrated and have been left behind by the decrease in manufacturing in communities like yours.
Well, I thank you very much for that answer. I thank the panel for a very good conversation, Mr. Chairman, and I again thank you for prioritizing this subject, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, to inquire.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you for commissioning this effort in the first place. I'm very glad to know our Republican friends are going to participate with us on this. I have really enjoyed this so far. Mr. Ortiz, there are many things you said that I agreed with and on many that I disagreed with. But I want to take issue with 2 things. The first was you're blaming all of inflation on too much money chasing too few goods. Certainly that's true that people are not spending much money on services and have more money for goods. But if it were just that, why is the Eurozone inflation at 7.5%, Lithuania at 14, Czech Republic at 11, Poland at 11, Spain at 10, Hungary, Belgium at 8, Germany at 7, and that's just Western Europe. Venezuela 340%, Turkey 61, Argentina 52, Nigeria 16, Pakistan 13. It is very clear that the supply chain and pandemic is the cause of almost all of this. In fact, that liberal think tank BlackRock, BlackRock, not a liberal think tank, their research showed that supply chain disruptions caused by the coronavirus pandemic are primarily to blame for our inflation. And now we look at the Fed, who says, well, it was thrilling to see in Alexandria this morning, gas at $3.92, down almost $1 from a month ago. Fed expects inflation this year to be 4.3%, next year 2.7%, and over the next 10 years, 2.2%, 2.3%, right at their long-term goal. In the meantime, it's Democrats, and we would love to have some Republican support, that are moving ahead to solve the long-term problems with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, to get goods to market, the American Competes Act to build manufacturing, innovation, and research here in the U.S., our support for paid leave and affordable child care to get all those women back in the workforce, which is what really drives our growth, and moving away from fossil fuel dependence, which, let's face it, if we weren't so dependent on gas and oil, there would be almost no inflation impact on the lower folks. The other thing that really concerned me was reminiscent of Chief Justice in the Shelby versus Holder decision in 2013 when he suggested race isn't really a factor anymore, which has given rise to voter suppression efforts across the country. So, Mr. Ortiz, you said the remaining remnants of racism, nice and alliterative. I looked up the Merriam-Webster definition, says remnant is an unusually small part or trace of something. So, Dr. Boussette, you know more than I do. Do you think racism is just remaining traces in America?
Well, thank you for that question. Of course, you know, I deal mostly in facts. And the facts are that in the United States, Blacks, Latinos, Asian Pacific Islanders, Native Hawaiians, Alaskans, and other Native Americans, all of these people of color are routinely at the bottom of the statistics that we think are important to drive the economy forward. That is not an accident, and that's also a lot of people. So, you know, when we think about the long legacy of a variety of racist policies, we have to think about what do the outcomes look like now? And the outcomes are very significant, as we have all talked about, and they are lasting, and they involve a significant portion of the population. So as a matter of clarity around whether or not these are remnants or they are a significant set of facts that we need to address, I would say that it is incumbent upon this committee to take the facts into account and to deal with the facts as they present themselves, which is that they are significant and they need to be addressed as such.
Thank you, Doctor, very much. Ms. Choi-Morrow, last fall, the Ways and Means Committee held the first ever committee markup on legislation to provide 12 weeks of guaranteed paid leave and medical leave to all U.S. workers when they become new parents or serious health conditions or need to care for loved ones. And we're still fighting to make that the law of the land. But you talked about how AAPI women and other people of color disproportionately have jobs that don't provide any paid leave, any benefits. So how would a universal paid leave benefit change their lives and their careers?
It would drastically change how AAPI women and parents are able to participate in the workforce. I mean, I can't emphasize enough how often parents of color have to choose between work and family. It's either go to work and leave your, hope and pray your kid doesn't run a fever at school, or we can rely on the grandma down the street to take care of your child for you, or call in sick where you don't get paid and you can't put food on the table for the day, or worse yet, get fired because you didn't show up to work. These are not decisions that working parents should have to make.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. There is a mural in a high school in my district, in their library, that I actually have a copy of it in my office. And it has people out in the fields working, and the mural's probably 100 years old. It says underneath it, "To rejoice in one's labor, for this is the gift of God." I have a pretty unique district because I have a very urban area, Cincinnati, and then Southern Ohio that's very, very rural. And I'm pleased on this committee that we've established a rural and underserved healthcare task force. As a doctor, I've treated the richest of the rich and the poorest of the poor. And through my district, we have disparities for sure. Same disparities in the rural area that are in the underserved area. They're the same. And, through this task force, it does give us an opportunity to really identify a lot of these disparities and inadequacies. And I want to drill down on those and address the real reasons why these disparities exist and do it without bias or prejudice. As a doctor, it's very important to me because I took care of all people. I'm pleased that we live in a country that has safety nets. That is a beautiful thing. Because any one of us could be in poverty at any time in our life without a moment's notice. But as we address poverty, what does success look like? What are we trying to accomplish? To me, and I think most people on this side of the aisle, we want secure safety nets that work. But success is fewer people needing them and addressing the issues of why people need them and lift people out of poverty, not bragging as a body that we put more people on programs, not bragging that more people need help than ever before. The government should be here to be creating opportunity and to be helpful when needed, but not celebrating that you put more people into a government program. Because no amount, it was said before, no amount of endless government checks will really address the real challenges that families face when it comes towards working towards success, economic independence, and truthfully, real freedom and self-esteem. And I'll point out one of those roadblocks in a minute. James Braddock was a boxer during the Depression. He broke his hand. He started losing fights. They threw him out. He got a chance to come back, and when he came back, he started winning. He had gone on welfare when he was out of boxing. He had to send his kids away. He had the chance now to fight the heavyweight champ of the world. He was up for the world championship. They're interviewing him before that, and they said, "Is it true you were on government assistance and you returned it?" He said, "I feel that any man that's fortunate to live in a country that helps you when you're down should pay it back when you're up." He beat Max Baer, became heavyweight champ of the world. Eventually lost to Joe Louis. Well, not many people in America get the chance to go from unemployment to heavyweight champ of the world and the riches that come with that. It's a process. It's a process. Most can't make that leap. And those in poverty need three things: housing, nutrition, and healthcare. Those are the three basic things that you really need to fulfill. But the problem we have today lies right here. We have all those in different silos, and they all have cliffs. I met a family with 6 kids living in a one-room cabin, and the caseworker, through her magic, got them into a house with bedrooms, because he said, "I can't take the third shift job because I have nowhere to sleep." We've got to address this here. But she told me, when I saw her 2 months later, she said, now they're working. He's working, she's working. We got some child care, but they're going to run into the cliff where they start making too much and the kids lose their health care. They can't do that. We are trapping people in these programs for life and for generations. Mr. Ortiz, I'd like to ask you if you've had that experience. I've seen it. Have you had that experience with people trying to lift themselves out, that they run into these roadblocks that we create here in this body?
Yeah, yes, Congressman. I mean, we have definitely seen that. And to your original kind of point there, too, in terms of people receive handouts, right? Because circumstantially, you might get something that you just don't expect. Growing up, we received handouts, right? But the idea was hard work, grit, as I mentioned, can get you far in this country. In fact, that is why my parents moved here. And that's why in my testimony, I said, minorities from across the globe don't come here because America's a racist nation, right? It is the greatest nation on earth where you truly can do anything possible. But to your point on the cliff, it does exist. And people will stop working to a point because they go, and I've heard this, no, I now need to make 10,000 more, 20,000 more to jump over that cliff, because right now I make more not working than I do working. So yes.
And that's on us.
Thank the gentleman. I also want to thank the gentleman for acknowledging my father's hero, Jimmy Braddock. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Philadelphia, Mr. Evans, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Bruce, I'd like to come to you with both questions. The Eitc is a proven booster to income for people who work important jobs for low pay. Before the rescue plan expanded, nearly 5.8 million people aged 19 to 65 and without children was taxed deeper into poverty, or part because the EIT was so low. This includes Latino and Black workers that display high rates, reflecting historic ongoing barriers to economic opportunity. Doctor, can you explain how expanding the EITC could address racial income disparities? Second question I want to ask to you. The American Rescue Plan expanded EITC for children and adults in several years, including first time by expanding it to working adults aged 19 to 24, excluding students. Of all the young people estimated to benefit, more than 40% are people of color, and about 1/3 are Black and Latino working adults. According to the Institute for Taxation and Economic Policy, Doctor, why is expanding EITC to young workers, most of them who are just starting out in the workforce, an important way to advance opportunity, especially for young people?
Well, thank you for that question. I really appreciate it. I know that EITC is a very validated program for addressing a number of inequalities, and EITC in this country has worked extremely well. But it has worked extremely well, particularly for white households that have had more active participation in the program, and it has been a little less successful for communities of color, largely because they haven't participated as much in the EITC program. The most recent set of reforms actually created greater participation in EITC, and I think we could actually do more to expand exposure to the EITC credit, but the take-up rate generally has been higher in the last year or so among communities of color of EITC. Under the American Rescue Plan Act, which was passed in last year in the spring, the childless EITC, or the EITC granted to low-income workers without qualifying child, was nearly tripled for the rest of 2021. And ARPA also expanded the eligibility of the childless EITC for the first time, including workers between the ages of 19 and 25. Those expansions have really helped a large group of Black workers, thousands of Black workers, especially young Black workers, and are a particularly important step in alleviating poverty for the only group that is taxed into poverty. So expanding the childless EITC would raise the wealth of Black households considerably. So in general, there is a lot to be said for expanding the EITC and keeping that rolling or reauthorizing that, because it does have a very important impact, particularly on younger workers and Black households who are now participating at higher rates.
Thank you. Yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panelists. I disagree with the title of this hearing, the premise of our conversation, to be very frank, and the general notion and narrative that my country, our country, is systemically racist. That's the implication here, right? Overcoming racism to advance economic opportunity. I mean, that is the fundamental proposition that is being expressed explicitly or implicitly in this conversation. I reject it completely. Not the fact that there was historic systemic racism or that there are racist experiences in this country. I think as long as humans are human, that will happen. It's abhorrent. It's deplorable. There are laws we need to pass. For God's sake, let's pass more laws if there are any, or maybe we're just dealing with the human heart. I heard your testimony, Mr. Ortiz, and I think your statement speaks volumes and quite frankly has more credibility than anything we could say here today. And it's the action of people from countries around the world that are willing to die in the desert or in the ocean on account of coming to this country for freedom and for opportunity. As you said, they're not coming here because they want to be in a racist country. I think those actions folks that are willing to put their lives on the line to come to this great land of liberty and opportunity is really the definitive answer to the question of America and those who accuse this country of being fundamentally opposed to people of color. Does that narrative, Mr. Ortiz, does that help or hurt the minority community writ large? I know what it does to the country. It fans the flames of divisiveness and dissension. It disunifies the country and gets us off the progress we've made to strive for a more perfect union. There's not a perfect person, there's not a perfect country, but there's never been a more perfect union and a more perfect society that strives for those ideals and has gotten closer. Does that help or hurt the cause of Americans who happen to be Hispanic or black or some minority community? This narrative.
Congressman, thank you for the question. I do believe it actually does hurt. And I think the conversation should just be, how can we help every American achieve greater economic prosperity? I mean, bottom line. What I probably should have even added to my statement there was that, you know, these folks that are fleeing socialist countries with failed economic policies are not coming here to go to another socialist country. They're coming here because it's the greatest land of opportunity, period. You know, I like I said, I start off poor. My mom and I would go around trash day collecting cans and, you know, newspapers, and that was our grocery money, and, you know, so that was tough. And have I seen and been a victim of racism? Absolutely. I've been denied driving, test driving a car because I'm Hispanic, and I can get into that later, but the reality is it does exist out there, but it's how we deal with it as a country and how we deal with it as individuals. And again, I think this country is the greatest country on earth because it gives people like me an opportunity to be part of the American dream, to be here with all of you today, and look at the background that I came from.
Well, there's a lot to talk about, and in such little time left, I'd like to say that I would entitle it, with all due respect to my colleagues, and I love my brothers on the other side of the aisle, I would say failed Democrat policies have had a systemic impact, adverse systemic impact on minority communities. Defunding the police hurts poor people and minority communities who have people breaking into their home at a whole lot greater rate than breaking into my home. An open border, chaos, floods of illegal folks, displacing jobs, downward pressure on wages, hurts poor people and minorities a whole lot more than it hurts middle class and upper class folk in this country. And the list from assaulting energy and what it does for poor people trying to just heat their homes is a disparity we ought to address. So I would suggest it's these policies that we need to be focused on, not some fundamental flaw and bent on discriminating against people because of the pigment of their skin.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the co-chairs of the Racial Equity Initiative for your leadership in holding this, holding this historic hearing. And of course, I want to thank the witnesses who have offered powerful testimony on race in America today. I appreciate the shared observation of our panel across the board that the United States is an economic powerhouse. I think everyone on this committee and the panel believes our country is truly a land of opportunity. For generations, countless people around the world, including all my great-grandparents and Mr. Kelly, all four of Neal Diamond's grandparents, have looked to America and wanted to come here to lift up their lives and the lives of their children. Our purpose today is to look for ways to better ensure that all Americans, irrespective of from where they come or the color of their skin, enjoy the vast opportunities that define our nation. Unfortunately, as has been noted so clearly today, many of our historic policies have put up barriers, closed doors, and left many Americans behind. From access to affordable health care and quality education, to pathways to home ownership and the ability to create and pass on wealth to our children, too often structural barriers for people of color, both intended and unintended are broad and diverse. I want to paraphrase 3 points that Dr. Bousset made. First, we all benefit when we eliminate racial disparities for our children. Second, we can and must reverse not just the policies leading to racial and ethnic disparities, we need to craft new policies that reverse the lingering effects. And third, by addressing these disparities and advancing equitable policies, we continue to gain momentum toward the founding concept that all are created equal. As our friend and longtime stalwart on the Ways and Means Committee and true American hero John Lewis, in whose office I now sit, used to say, "We came to America on different ships, but we are all in the same boat now." We must join together on this committee and explore and find ways to improve the lives of all Americans, work to reverse the lingering and often devastating effects of past choices, and craft ideas that continue to equitably improve our nation's economy, healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Let me first turn to Dr. Bousset. We know that home ownership is oftentimes the most effective way to build intergenerational wealth, yet racial home ownership gap is widening. Moreover, a recent study found that routine devaluation of Black homes amounted to $156 billion in cumulative losses for Black homeowners. Broadly, how can we effectively address these long ingrained factors like homeownership that have an intergenerational impact on these communities' lives and livelihoods? For example, what tax policies or proposals could Congress enact to support first-time homebuyers of color in order to close the racial home ownership and wealth gaps?
Thank you for that question and for your remarks earlier. So with respect to homeownership, the reason we want to focus on homeownership in particular is that homeownership is one of the major causes of the racial wealth gap in the following way. So when Black and white families, as you mentioned, when Black and white families own homes, previous policies of redlining in particular have the effect of depressing the equity valuations of homes owned by Blacks and delivering a premium on the homes owned by whites. In addition, the sort of effects of redlining have also, and discriminatory labor policies have made it very difficult for Black homeowners to get the kind of down payment that they need to be able to afford a home. And then when they do get that down payment, it actually happens 8 years, the purchase of the home happens 8 years later than it does for white families. So the kinds of policies that we need are the kinds of policies that we have, but we need to be expanded. That is, we need to have down payment assistance, and we need to have down payment assistance that takes in account the long legacy of discriminatory policies that make it much harder for Black families to qualify for, really high, low interest rates, et cetera. So I would expand those policies.
Right. And I'm going to claim time, just so I want to make one last point, because it's also true that many of our economically challenged communities are often disproportionately affected by adverse environmental issues and suffer consequential adverse health issues. As we continue to transition to a greener, cleaner economy, I hope that our committee in particular and Congress as a whole will look for opportunities that will provide possibilities, economic possibilities for people of color in these communities while also addressing the challenges they're facing. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, to inquire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us today. Everyone in America deserves the chance to experience the dignity that comes through work. For us here in the committee, the right public policy can help create paths for Americans to do just that, while bad policy can do just the opposite, trapping thousands of Americans within a bureaucratic nightmare and taking away their hope and ambition. Under the last administration, we saw a special emphasis on American workers who had been forgotten by Washington experts. Thanks to the once-in-a-generation tax reform through this committee, we were able to lift all Americans' economic prospects, especially forgotten workers who've been hit so hard with the previous decades through outsourcing and tax hikes. Cutting taxes and creating an environment where folks actually want to go to work and take the risk to start a business makes for stronger families, stronger communities, and a stronger America. While some here claim that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only benefited the wealthy Americans, the opposite's really true. Unlike the Democrats' SALT gimmick, which benefits wealthy Americans on each coast, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act created expansive growth. That meant real wages grew nearly twice as fast for the bottom 10% compared to the top 10%, and real wealth at the bottom 50% of households rose 3 times faster than that at the top 1%. After the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act reform, the American economy was the strongest it's ever been, and when we have a strong America, we all have more opportunity. That's how the American dream works. Unfortunately, that dream is a lot harder today for millions of Americans that are now living paycheck to paycheck, thanks to President Biden's inflation. Unrestrained spending on liberal pet projects and socialist experiments have fueled rising prices over the last 14 months, creating so much heartache for that once again forgotten families. With total Democrat control of this Congress, we've seen the incredible sum of $6 trillion in government spending and $3 trillion in new taxes proposed last year. Many economists, including within their own party, like Larry Summers, warned this spending blowout would lead to runaway inflation. It's a shame that Speaker Pelosi and President Biden ignored these warnings. The results have been especially hard for certain minority groups. Black women and Hispanic men are reporting the highest proportions of major economic strain due to high prices, both at 44%. Inflation is already taxation, but the Biden administration is taking it a step further with a tax hike in the so-called Build Back Better plan. This legislation would raise taxes on minority-owned small businesses, which account for more than 50% of 2 million new businesses and 4.7 million jobs. So instead of focusing on increasing economic opportunity for all, the Biden administration has prioritized handouts for some well-connected elite groups. The Build Back Better plan includes major tax cuts and subsidies for electric vehicles. In 2019, the largest demographic for electric vehicle owners was middle-aged white men earning more than $100,000 annually with at least one other vehicle in their household. A write-off for Californians to buy an EV does not help the forgotten workers in our crumbling cities. These policies just don't advance economic opportunity for minorities. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act resulted in historic highs for the income for Black, Hispanic, and Asian Americans, all-time lows for unemployment, and more than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty. You know, a significant barrier for members of historically marginalized communities who seek to start or grow businesses is a lack of access to capital. You know, investments to benefit entrepreneurs and disenfranchised communities is exactly what the Opportunity Zone program was designed to provide, which is why so many Republicans and Democrats co-sponsored the original Opportunity Zone legislation. Mr. Ortiz, can you comment on that a little bit and talk about how you've seen benefits out of that program?
Thank you for answering that. I apologize. Yeah, the benefits, again, that we've seen out of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act has been tremendous. From a small business perspective, everyone that we were talking to right away started investing back in their business, either through hiring more people, paying them more wages, paying them better benefits, or literally reinvesting back in their businesses. I don't know of a single small business owner, for example, and you mentioned, what percentage they actually are of new job growth. It is tremendous, right, in terms of the impact that they have on job growth in this country, which is why I spend so much time talking about it. But when you look at the impact that it has had, I don't know of a single small business owner that says, I'm going to take everything that I own, credit card, I'm going to bring down my credit card, I'm going to take a line of credit on my house so that I can invest in my small business so I can just keep it exactly where it is. That's not what they do, right? They invest and they take those risks because they want to grow, right? They want to build. And so the idea that, basically, the investments that we made as a country in the Tax and Jobs Act didn't have a positive impact to this country and was only for the top 1%, frankly, is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and I've gone over my time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this hearing, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk about an issue that is very important to all of us and should be very important to all of us in this country. I also want to thank my colleagues on the committee who helped formulate this hearing as well. Thanks to the 5 witnesses for their 3.5 hours so far of testimony and patience and endurance at this time. Just to let you know, I come from the Central Coast of California. We have obviously a lot of beauty there. Therefore, it's a desired place to live in more ways than one. Unfortunately, that can make it very hard to own a house, whereas right now we're looking at the median home price is literally close to $1 million. It's ridiculous. I was knocking on doors the other day and a part of my district, or will hope to be part of my new district, and I saw a duplex, and I wanted to find out how much was half of that duplex in a suburban area. 1.9 million. Unbelievable. Obviously, this is becoming, home ownership is becoming less and less attainable for many incomes and many families and lower class and middle class. And it clearly, I think we know, especially based on your testimony today, it's especially pronounced for communities of color. Now, to help rectify this issue, Congressman Blumenauer and I introduced the First-Time Homebuyer Act, which would create a refundable tax credit of up to $15,000 for the purchase of a home. This is designed to help more families, and especially families of color, reduce the wealth gap. Now, I'm glad that we included a form of the down payment assistance in the Build Back Better Act. And so I want to direct my question to Dr. Bousset as to how critical home ownership is to closing the racial wealth gap, and how can a down payment support help lower total housing costs over time?
Thank you, Mr. Panetta, for your question. So homeownership, of course, is critical to closing the racial wealth gap because our tax system recognizes home ownership as something which is which affords positive tax treatment. And it's also a source of wealth that accrues over time. So for those reasons, addressing home ownership is really important to closing the racial wealth gap. With respect to down payment assistance, down payment, or getting together a down payment is probably the most important and difficult thing to do for a family, particularly families of color, but it's certainly true in my home state of California, where getting a down payment is going to be a major activity and often requires almost a year's worth of salary to get something pretty average. So having assistance with down payment, either in a credit or an actually getting a grant in down payment, is going to be very important because it allows families of color and people who don't have those resources to buy a home earlier, and it also makes them better credit risks. So for those reasons, certainly expanding down payment assistance in a variety of different forms will be helpful to closing the racial wealth gap.
Great, thank you, Doctor. I got another one for you. Obviously, we've talked about and we've heard about baby bonds, and there are a number of proposals on baby bonds, which would provide every child an account seated with a certain amount of money, usually at least $1,000, depending on their parents' income. Children would be eligible for additional payments each year, and the account would grow as interest accrues. They would then be able to access these funds after they turn 18 for college and eventually maybe even home ownership or retirement. Dr. Bousset, investing in children early on via policy like baby bonds, would that help close the racial wealth gap?
Certainly. We actually have validated programs already running like baby bonds. They are not baby bonds, but individual municipalities, particularly my home municipality of San Francisco, have had a kids to college, kindergarten to college program running for many years where it followed the same kind of principle. And as a result of that program, many kids who were not really in families that could afford college or were ever college bound actually have made it to college. So having something like a baby bonds program does a lot to ameliorate the effects of the long-term effects of racism in a variety of different policies. So it's certainly one of the methods by which we can address the racial wealth gap at a generational level.
Outstanding. Thank you, Dr. Bousset. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schmucker, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a great discussion. Appreciate the scheduling of this hearing, and I think there's a lot of agreement that we all want every American to be able to succeed, to achieve their American dream, to, if they work hard, play by the rules, make a few good decisions along the way, they can support their families, and that the jobs they have will be family-sustaining jobs. So I think we all want that. I do want to start, been listening carefully. I think some of my Republican colleagues have stated our position very well. I want to respond to a few things that were said. Number one, Ms. Sewell said that Republicans were asked to be on this equity group. I know I wasn't. I was not aware of it. And I was told by staff here that we were never asked and never turned it down. So I just want to set the record straight on that. Mr. Horsford, in his opening comments, said that Republicans would bring up inflation to try to divert from the topic of this hearing. And of course we will bring up inflation, but it's not to divert. It's because this is the thing that I'm hearing about most from people in my district, and this has the most impact on quality of life right now. We're seeing, my colleagues have shown that we're seeing a decrease in real wages under this administration, and it's because of inflation. And Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned, and I'm looking for the article, that every economist has said that the infrastructure bill will result in the reduction of inflation. That is untrue as well. And I'd like to insert for the record an article from the Wall Street Journal titled "The $1 Trillion Infrastructure Bill Will Fuel Inflation." So if I could insert that into the record.
You could do that, and I would stand corrected if I said every. I perhaps meant most, but I stand corrected on the gentleman's point.
Yeah.
For the record, we'll insert the article.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And in fact, I would argue that many economists warned of inflation, not only in regards to the spending in the infrastructure package, but also in the ARP, the American Rescue Plan. And we're seeing this now. This is what we warned about. We're seeing it. We're seeing the real impact. And then, Ms. Rojas, I'd like to respond to something that you said as well. And you mentioned like zero-sum thinking. And it felt like today in this hearing, it was either people hate America or they love America. It was like this black and white thinking, I think is what you were trying to say. And I think that would be wrong if we aren't able to think about these issues in terms of degrees. And I don't think anybody here disputes the fact that there has been a racist history in our country. When you count African Americans as 3/5 of a person at the time that we established the Constitution, and you built a system based on slavery, that will forever mar American history. And so we should all accept that, and I think we all do. But the other side of that is when the American Constitution did a system based on everyone having equal rights and everyone having freedom and liberty, that was revolutionary in the world and created more opportunity than ever before. And the free enterprise system that was implemented as a part of that has lifted more people out of poverty than ever, has created more opportunity, has increased wages more than ever before. And so you have that dichotomy. And perhaps then it's what we focus on. And are we stuck in the racist policies of the past, or are we believing in the American spirit and the American ingenuity that can bring people up and lift people out going forward? And what policies are we putting in place that will ensure that happens? We've talked about jobs, and I think we've had a lot of agreement here that connecting people with a good-paying job is perhaps the best thing that we can do for individuals. So I think we should align every one of our policy proposals with that. Will this create jobs? Will this connect people with jobs? Redistributing wealth in the name of fairness, whether that's through tax credits, trade adjustment assistance, unemployment, whatever it may be, will not create long-term prosperity for people. Connecting them with the job will. There was a group of nonprofits in my organization who came together to combat poverty in our area, and they called their plan One Good Job. So what's frustrating to me is when Democrats see the policies of the last 2 years of the Trump administration, saw the jobs that were created, see the median household income, real wages that went up in a way that we hadn't seen in the last 2 decades. We saw the policies, tax policies that encouraged jobs here, deregulation that created those jobs, and don't recognize that that is directly what led to that, and then the policies that are implemented now are doing just the opposite. I'm out of time. I have a lot more I'd love to say, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the overarching issues is how do we make the entire country do better? And I tend to look at the fact that this country is changing demographically. We just did a census last year, or 2020, and we've seen that there is a larger Latino population, larger Asian population. There's even a larger African American population, I believe, in just numbers. And what we see is that this percentage is only going to increase and grow over time. But these populations often tend to have, especially the Latino and African American, have lower educational attainment rates, lower home ownership rates. They have lower wealth accumulation. And the question becomes, when your population, a large percentage of your population is not doing better, then that means that the country as a whole will not do better. So it's not an idea of favoring one group versus another. It's about ensuring that the idea of America continues, that if you work hard, you play by the rules, that the next generation will do better. I love to say it's all about, like, as my Republican colleagues say, about that one job. But my parents worked 4 to 5 jobs to make ends meet, to buy a house, and to put food on the table. So what we need to focus on is how do we lift those folks up? And there are also pockets of white Americans, like I mentioned in my opening statement, that have been trapped in generational poverty just as much as blacks and Latinos. Ms. Rojas, what policy changes would you recommend that could have the greatest impact on upward economic mobility in this country?
Thank you so much for that question, Congressman. You know, we've talked a lot about jobs and we talked a lot about businesses without talking a lot about wages. Like, the most fundamental way to improve people's lives in this country is to increase their wages. The second most important thing that we can do is protect the right of people to collectively bargain in the workplace. Their ability to come together, to negotiate with employers, to set wages, to negotiate around benefits, we have an abundance, an overwhelming amount of evidence that tells us when unions are in place, we increase the size of the middle class in this country. There are sort of basic safety net interventions that can be made. We've heard about things like expanding childcare, making it easily available to every working person in this country. If we disconnect wages and we disconnect wealth from the context in which working people have to survive every day, you know, to Congressman Panetta's point about the cost of housing, without having a robust set of interventions that actually take into account all of the things that people need to live lives of dignity in this country, I think we're going to continue to fail. And these seem like easy things, right? Like, we haven't seen wages grow. There is no policy of raising the minimum wage, and that needs to happen. We continue to see everything get more and more expensive before inflation was an issue. And so I think that these are sort of the small interventions that we could make, that you all could make, that could help people and that can help all working people realize their dreams in this country.
Ms. Chamorro, what would you, anything to add to that?
I think that's a really great start, and I think the other piece of it is just also being able to provide, make things accessible by linguistically and culturally accessible, right, care. So we talked a lot about small businesses, and one of my experiences during the pandemic was the fact that so many Asian American small business owners did not have access to information, right? The rules about when businesses closing or whatever, like, changed by the day, and yet that was only being broadcast in English and maybe Spanish, you know, if you were able to tune into Univision. And so many Korean business owners missed out and were confused because they didn't have information provided to them in language. And so I think, I think it was Ms. Sorrell who made the point about, yes, all the opportunities need to be presented, and then it's on us to get the grades. Sometimes we don't even know the opportunities are out there because of the way they're presented.
Thank you. And this is what it's about. It's about removing obstacles that prevent people from accessing those opportunities to change their own life, to uplift their family and their communities. It's about making my story the exception, not the exception, but the rule. And that's what we're trying for. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing today, along with Ranking Member Brady. I appreciate both of your leaderships. It's past time my colleagues on the other side of the aisle recognize basic economic indicators. This hearing is the perfect time to look at how this administration has failed Americans, especially in rural, minority, and underserved communities. Our current inflation is a direct product of Democrat spending. 40-year high inflation completely erodes any claim to economic prosperity or effort to lift these communities. It is unfortunate truth that inflation disproportionately impacts at-risk communities, while higher-income families feel less of a strain on their finances as a result of inflation. My colleagues who blindly support Biden's spending agenda believe that they are providing more resources for Americans to rise up in today's economy, but in reality, they are tearing down at-risk communities the longer they ignore the real impact of their policy choices. Instead of policies that make families and individuals dependent on the government, Congress must ensure that we are putting in policies that protect the reality that no matter what background or community you come from, you can always succeed in America. It's been a year of rising costs. Putting a cap on the inflation problem is going to be an uphill battle. Despite promises from the Biden administration that inflation was temporary, then transitory, and then going to be high until it's low, many economists are now predicting that we could be facing 10 years of economic hardship as a result of Bidenflation. The White House and the Fed need to address this issue immediately. Not only does inflation hurt all Americans, Biden's attack on the oil and gas industry is driving prices further up, compounding the problem, once again hurting lower-income families disproportionately. Last week, Biden doubled down on that attack with a budget that includes an astounding $45 billion in tax hikes on American energy producers. 70% of goods in America are moved by trucks. An increase in gas prices will continue to be passed down on the food and products that all Americans buy. Let me be clear. Biden's energy policies are hurting all Americans and not just at the pump. As a businessman for over 35 years, I understand the burdens businesses and the American people face from bad policies in Washington, D.C. The Biden administration's economic justice and social program expansion will only further harm rural, minority, and underserved communities. I believe what Ronald Reagan once said, the best social program in America is a job. I was a job creator for 35 years, and I tend to agree that job creation is the key to moving our economy forward and getting our spending under control. Let's get back to pro-growth policies that put money back in the American people's pocket, incentivize job creation and wage growth, and grow the economy. TCJA created an economy that boosted investment and created historic wage growth in America. According to the BLS, TCJA resulted in the lowest ever unemployment rates in 24 states. Unemployment rates for blacks, Asians, Hispanic Americans hit all-time lows. The poverty rate fell to a 17-year low of 11.8% under the Trump administration. And poverty rates for black and Hispanic Americans reached the lowest levels on record. Over 6 million left the food stamp program, and we had 1.3 million job openings for the unemployed people. According to the data, TCJA was good for everyone. That's from the BLS, regardless of their race, ethnicity, background, or nationality. Mr. Ortiz, I'm going to ask one question and give you the time to respond in a couple parts. First of all, thank you for what you do. Thanks for being here and representing the Job Creators Network. We appreciate this so much. I'd like to hear your perspective on the life-changing power of a job, your fair assessment of how jobs are being created right now, and what we should do to encourage new job development and real wage growth.
Yes, thank you, Congressman. As you mentioned on the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, that had a clear impact on our economy, and in particular, again, I keep talking about small businesses because that is the engine of growth for our economy, for our communities. And the impact that being able to have the lower tax base for them, an opportunity to invest back in their businesses, was a huge opportunity for people to look forward and say, this gives me an opportunity to invest back in my people in terms of higher salaries, in terms of more people, in terms of better benefits. We have small business members across the country. We've got 2 small business members actually down in Florida that are also Latin, that left socialist countries, that started up businesses, both restaurants. And the reason they were able to expand their restaurants and what they were doing there and hire more people and give them more benefits was exactly because of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Right now, what they're doing and what they're facing with inflation, it's unbelievable. They've had to close some of their restaurants, for example, or they have to close a number of days because they can't afford to hire the labor that they need to run all those restaurants. I mean, this is having such a negative impact on those 2 members of ours that it's not even, there isn't even a way of really being able to address that currently, other than trying to address domestic energy policy, which frankly started this whole issue.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you go back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to remind my colleagues that actually the workforce participation is actually back to its pre-pandemic levels. About 1.8 million people are receiving UI benefits currently, and because of President Biden and the leadership that's been provided by Democrats in Congress, we've actually had 7.4 million jobs created in the first 14 months of this administration, more jobs than have ever been created in that period. What we have seen overwhelmingly, though, is that this pandemic has disproportionately affected women, people of color, and those in underserved areas. And what we also saw is that when people were safe to return to work, they did so. I'd also like to note that a recent report by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities notes that the unemployment rate today is significantly lower than what the CBO projected in May of 2020. So if we want more workers, and I agree we want more people in the workforce, the chairman talks about the fact that there are 11 million openings right now that need to be filled, but we have a skills shortage and gap based on where the jobs are and where the people are that need the work. I would ask my colleagues to work with us to address other obstacles like paid leave and childcare. But Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit that article from the Center on Budget
So ordered.
Policy. Thank you. But I want to dive a little deeper into the impact of unemployment insurance. Dr. Bissett and Ms. Chow-Morrow, I have 3 questions for you. Will improving access to unemployment benefits for people of color help them stay attached to the workforce and return to work more quickly? Will it help reduce the hardship suffered by their children and their families? And how will it help grow our overall economy?
So I'm happy to start with that. Thank you very much, Representative Horsford.
And very briefly,
Really
because I got a
appreciate it.
few more points I want to get in.
Yeah, excellent. So the unemployment benefits that were utilized during COVID had a positive effect on poverty. It prevented 4.7 million people, including 1.4 million children, from falling below the poverty line in 2020. And it also was particularly important for Black individuals who sustained a decline of 2.5 percentage points in poverty. So unemployment benefits are important to reducing that kind of economic stress on a household. They also keep people attached to the labor market because you have to register. And they also put money in people's pockets so they can spend that money at local businesses.
With local businesses, something I know Mr. Ortiz supports. Ms.
So I'll just share one statistic that will help you understand how this really impacts
those rights and address that inequity. Mr. Dawes, to close, can you talk about how we can overcome the long-standing biases in clinical research to ensure broader representation and ultimately ensure proper diagnosis and treatment for people of color?
Absolutely, Congressman. And I'll say, for many of these individuals on the front end, we know that healthcare and treatments have been out of reach, much less out of sight. And so many of these population groups that have been experimented on have not been able to benefit. I think this is going to take us changing our approach. I think it's going to take, engaging in the community engagement models that we've seen that have not been invested in. by the NIH and others. And I think it's co-creating the research with the communities who are closest to the pain and the problems of health inequities. I think if we do that, diversify these research teams and prioritize health equity research, we will continue to see more benefits.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady, and thank you all for being here today. Racism is wrong and has no place in the way our government is run or how our society operates. That is without question. Economic inequality, disparate health outcomes, and limited access to opportunity are all issues faced by many Americans, and that is why Republicans are committed to creating a fair and open economy for all that increases prosperity and opportunity across the board. Remembering the impacts of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the positive outcomes for lower-income Americans and people of color are undeniable. Record low unemployment rates and quickly rising wages are the answer to level the playing field, not government interference. With these results in mind, I question the policy decisions that President Biden and congressional Democrats have attempted to implement over the last year and a half. Runaway inflation has cut away at the gains that all Americans made under Republican leadership. The price of everyday items continues to rise at unprecedented rates, while this committee and this president are focused on platitudes and poll numbers. We have solutions to these problems. We just need to have the political will to solve them. My bill, H.R. 6161, the Employee Retention Tax Credit Reinstatement Act, is one of those solutions. It would provide the previously promised tax credit to small business and nonprofits in every congressional district after it was taken away in the infrastructure bill. For the nonprofits operating in minority communities in particular, who were unable to access the Paycheck Protection Program, the ERTC was their one lifeline to keep the doors open and to continue serving our constituents who struggled the most. For example, YMCAs across the country serve many minority and underprivileged communities, providing them childcare for frontline workers, food for kids without access to school meals, safe learning spaces, and outreach to isolated seniors. By retroactively taking away the ERTC in the fourth quarter last year, the YMCAs who had budgeted to take the credit to pay staff to serve the members of the communities will face a funding cut of an estimated $100 million nationwide. Mr. Chair, I would like to submit for the record this article from the Wall Street Journal, which highlights why the IRS delays and the retroactive elimination of the ERTC is so detrimental to nonprofits
So ordered.
and small businesses. I thank you for the opportunity to highlight these efforts to help the marginalized families and communities get a leg up on our economy. Mr. Ortiz, the Employee Retention Tax Credit was a way for small businesses and nonprofits to keep employees on the payrolls during the pandemic. Unfortunately, it was repealed retroactively. Why is certainty so important for companies and especially small businesses?
Yes, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. And let me tell you that we don't understand why it was repealed either, because that was something that we could have benefited as well as a nonprofit. But overall, I mean, the benefits that these programs have for small businesses is incredible, right? Overall, and when you think about the repeal, basically, or the retroactive pull of the ERTCA, it just honestly makes no sense to us. Right? Because when you look at, you just mentioned the YMCA, for example, the benefits that would have had for working parents, for example, to be able to have a place to drop their kids off. That's actually a great example where you do let, for example, the business community, private business, private enterprise actually work to the advantage and work the way it should be. And so, again, when you have bad government policy interfering with things that actually could work, this is what you get. And if I could just quickly address one thing, if I may, it's not part of your question, but one thing I hear a lot of is a conversation of racism in all of this and why we're here. What I don't understand is why do we always go to racism as the reason? So, for example, you take the earned income tax credit. I completely agree because we researched into that the EITC, there are opportunities to actually use that and expand that for minorities. We actually researched why that actually existed, why the uptake was so low. One of the biggest reasons is because they actually thought that it wasn't applicable to them because it sounds like a wonky tax thing that isn't applicable. So we literally tested a new name, the Working Americans Credit, and the uptake went 3 times as high as what it currently is right now. It wasn't about racism, it's just the way it was labeled. So maybe we should look at root causes rather than just jump to the racism conversation right away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield
Thank
back.
the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, to inquire.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing, for allowing us this opportunity in this space to have this discussion. I want to thank all of the witnesses here for their body of work, the thought, the time that they have put into what they are presenting to us. You know, I have a line of questioning, but I'm a little troubled by some of the rhetoric that I'm hearing here. I don't think anybody wants to jump to the conclusion of racism. But if we do not acknowledge that many policies that this country has created had racist intents in them, and therefore consequences that are multi-generational, that is in itself ignorant. That is creating a fallacy about how great our country can be, how much greater our country can be. Not that it is not great now, but how much greater it can be. And to say that each one of us, because we were strong enough and able enough and had great structures behind us or individuals or people behind us for us to be where we are today, does not mean that those who are not did not try. That is inappropriate and just downright, I don't even want to say the word, for the fact that we would think that because other people are unemployed, it's because they're lazy, or other people do not have the opportunities and have not done as much is because they don't want it, that they're relying on government. Come on. We're not that special here. So what I like to do is look at statistics. And statistically, there is a difference, even given for equality in what we're discussing, whether it's the differential, which is enormous, between Black women and white women in the same job, making different salaries, between white men and Hispanic men or Hispanic women in the same job, being paid differently, Black women of professional status having exorbitant death rates on having babies that are not the same as poor white women. That means something is wrong. And we as Christians, we as lawmakers should be concerned about that and not think that it means that we are putting us down for the work that we have done or putting our country down. It means that we want to lift the tide for all of us so that we all can be better. It's not government interference versus government-sanctioned programs. It's course correction for things that have been done in our past, like Jim Crow laws, New Deal federal housing programs, GI bills, that disproportionately and over many generations have left many of us behind. To any witness, I'm interested in the potential intergenerational impact of that inequality that has existed in our past, and unless we fix it, will continue. In particular, if low-income youth view upward income mobility as being out of reach, how might that affect their incentives in their own economic futures, such as completing high school or investing in in-demand skills and credentials? Dr. Rojas, do you have any opinion on that?
Yeah, I think one of the things, thank you so much, Congresswoman, for the question. One of the things in the framing of this panel and in this conversation that is a bit troubling is that it's without context, to your point, right? So there's a a willingness to acknowledge that slavery has left an indelible mark on our economy, and an unwillingness to then look a little bit further and talk about Jim Crow laws, and look a little bit further and talk about active segregation and the ways that Black people in particular were left out and excluded from New Deal and Great Society laws. The way that it created a hot air balloon for a whole generation of white working people in this country to move into the middle class while actively excluding Black people in this country. I think without being able to acknowledge the fact that we have lived more years with slavery as an institution than with years actually addressing slavery, unless we recognize the disparity in that time, we were going to always be living on this fault line.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Attorney Plaskett. Let me now recognize Dr. Murphy to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all the members. I think I'm the last one on the docket, so just take a deep breath and we'll get through this and we'll get you all home. So I want to thank you all for coming. I will just say this. There is not one single member on this committee, black, white, purple, green, that does not want every American to prosper. I just don't believe that. I think everybody here cares about everybody's individuals. We recognize that this nation has had barnacles and bruises. We have. Today is the day where maybe we step forward. You know, regardless of any race, gender, or demographic origin, we all want things to prosper. And I will tell you this, in regards to a comment that Mr. Arrington made and Mr. Ortiz agreed with, I think that the title of this meeting here is divisive. I mean, we have problems in this country, but everything is not because of this nation being systemically racist. If so, why would anybody want to come here? And we have people knocking down the doors, running over obstacles, rivers, you name it, to get here. And unfortunately, you know, as I've said this a couple times, and you're going to hear me say it time and time again, I think we need to trace a lot back to 1965, where the Great Society programs, again, while perhaps well-intentioned, led to so many disastrous consequences that we are facing today, primarily which is the breakdown of the nuclear family, increased government dependency, and poverty. We increased the number of single parents, and yes, there are problems when you have a parent who tries to work and tries to take care of kids, leaving latchkey kids, you name it. But this is because of, I believe, a great source of what our government causes dependency. Education is another thing. We want everybody to be educated, but what has happened is we flood American colleges and universities with money. We flood them, so they have no incentive whatsoever to cut costs. And we've seen tuition go through the roof, just like medical costs go through the roof. So it makes anybody, white, black, purple, green, the dream of a college education so much further. And then when they do get it, they come out and owe a mortgage. We need to actually stop that government and siphon back some of the costs to make it available, that dream available to everybody in this country, minority or non-minority. The system we live now under this administration gives automatic benefits where checks are sent to lower income families, and then the government walks away, thinking, I've done my job, it's good, I don't need to leave you, I don't need to do anything more for you, you can stay in poverty, instead of lifting them out of poverty. And I will tell you this, I've been a physician for 30 years, I still see patients, and now I'm seeing fourth generation Medicaid. This was not supposed to be a program for people to stay in. It was one to lift it up, but unfortunately, it has become a way of life. These democratic policies enable dependency, pay poor people not to work, stifle opportunity, and as Mr. Ortiz, as you pointed out, can make more staying at home than working. And I have point blank seen that as a fact. We need to lift the barriers to economic independence. They've turned the child tax credit, Democrats have turned the child tax credit on its head, effectively creating a new untargeted child allowance with no work requirement. Why do we not have people required to work in this country? That's not to say Republicans are not supportive of the program. The expansion of these policies that decrease wages and sideline workers is counterproductive to everyone in this country. These policies are not lifting families up, they're making them dependent upon the government. We should break down barriers for every single American to succeed. And I'm not going to say that racism does not exist today. It does. It does. But constantly honing on it, I think, in my opinion, creates more division than trying to lift everybody up. So, Mr. Ortiz, let me end with this. What specific policies do you have that have resulted in more than 11 million open jobs in this country today? And how do we get people back to work?
Thank you, Congressman. And if I could address the Congresswoman, because I don't think you meant to call me ignorant. If you did, hopefully I get an apology for that. If you had listened
Was
to
I
my...
directing my question to you, sir?
Okay, if you had listened to my testimony to
I
begin
didn't
with...
mention your name,
I
sir.
came from quite a broken family, a tough background, and I also actually have suffered racism. The reason why I jumped to racism, first of all, and saying that that's what we're doing here is look at the title. Again, Overcoming Racism to Advance Economic Opportunity. If it had been called How to Advance Economic Opportunity Amongst All Americans, I wouldn't have brought that up. And as I mentioned the EITC example there, it was nothing about racism. It was about the way the actual program's called. So to answer your question, Congressman, there are many programs that actually led to that under the Trump administration, the 11+ million jobs available. Mostly it was the Tax Cut and Jobs Act and the 20% tax deduction that was included in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. But then it was also just bringing down some of the
Mr.
regulations.
Chairman, I asked for just a time because of the parte that was taking part.
Gentleman's granted an extra 30 seconds.
Bringing down some of the regulations that were put in place originally under the Obama administration. A lot of them had been reversed to be able to allow people to have part of the American dream themselves and, frankly, to enhance small business success. We need to continue to have that. We need to put some of the tax cuts, make those permanent, especially those that impacted small business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time's up. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize Mr. Brady for some closing thoughts.
Just this, Mr. Chairman, I think it's pretty evident we share a common goal here, which is to create opportunities for all Americans to rise, all Americans to rise. And we have a remarkable history of opportunities where we have seen people born to the most difficult circumstances rise above that. And so the challenge is, where do we find common ground on that goal? I am convinced that Republicans, Mr. Chairman, are intentionally interested in working with you and members of the initiative and the committee to explore these policies, to find out where there is common ground. And I'm convinced, frankly, I'm optimistic that we can do that. This committee has a history of finding common ground on difficult and sensitive issues. And so I just want to commit today that Republicans will be at the table, if invited, to try to find those common goals and those common grounds and those common policies.
Welcome the invitation, believe me. So let me thank our witnesses for their participation and the members for your engagement and honest dialogue. This has been a historic hearing, but it's also clear that we have just begun to scratch the surface. Fuller participation in the economy means a stronger economy for everyone, and we have a responsibility to make sure those policies acknowledge that not everyone has been included in the past. Dr. Murphy left, and I was going to point out that amongst the Great Society achievements, we might consider the Civil Rights Act of '64, the Voting Rights Act of '65, Medicare, Medicaid, Clean Water, the Wilderness Act, NPR, PBS, fair and open housing. Those also should be acknowledged. And I just would close on a couple of other notes. Everybody should be aware of the manner in which Lyndon Johnson convinced the Republican leader in the House, Charlie Halleck, and Everett Dirksen, the Republican leader in the Senate, who gave perhaps the best speech on the Civil Rights Act of '64 when he stood. It was Johnson's courtship of the Republican leadership that brought those two to the table for what have been seismic achievements in American history, as I've just outlined them. I know this is not an easy conversation, but I'm reminded of the words of our friend John Lewis, who was a friend to everybody on this committee. When you see something that is not right, you must say something, you must do something. Democracy is not a state, it's an act, and each generation must do its part to help build what we called the beloved community, a nation and world society at peace with itself. With honest dialogue and intentional policies, we can improve our laws and public programs to deliver the promise to all members of the American family so that Americans have the opportunity to experience economic advancement and healthy lives. Let me thank our witnesses. Nicely done. I would also point out that members will have 2 weeks to submit questions that will be answered later in writing. These questions and your answers will be made part of the official record. And with that, the Ways and Means Committee stands adjourned. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you.